Alrighty, that was interesting. Hey, I don't think there's anybody here just yet, but it is Thursday, and here is another Hanging Out with Chris, playing Minecraft and talking about things day. And yeah, my head is full of stuff. Just before logging on, I was trying to figure out ways of inventing new speakers. If you remember, Airwindows was originally an idea for ways of making a company to create speakers, which would be windows on the sound, and windows that were so clean and pure that they would be like air rather than glass or whatever else might not communicate very well. I can talk about that later, but probably what I should do is just sort of jump in and get into my Minecraft thing, because that is how I spend time while sort of ruminating over this stuff. There's actually been like side effects to that as well, interestingly, in that I need to be able to sort of put stuff in my brain's back burner in order to process it. And funnily enough, I was doing this on this last January for personal reasons. And this is me sort of getting back into that zone. And it's interesting how that works out. It does seem to be a thing. And, well, let me first test to make sure that my IP address is still valid. That would be a yes. I'm connecting on the local area network, but I just wanted to check, because one of the things that we can do here is have people come and join, and I've had a number of things to that effect. For instance, here is one of them. I was derping around a little bit, figuring out how to get some stuff done. I wanted to find like monster spawners so that I could do a particular thing involving getting my hands on some stuff. And I see people have been building things. So we've got Lucky Floppy has a house, which is in the process of being built. This is good. We've still got our empty shulker boxes here, and we've still got the stuff that we've put there. This is, of course, the Snowball Madness version. Oh, I thought that was just by accident, and it clearly is not. It says, hi. So it's post-scarcity Minecraft, meaning that you can pretty much do whatever you want, but it's not quite creative. And over here, got House for Applejinks made by Lucky Flop. That's so sweet. I assume it's sweet. I have played with people for whom this would be a trap, but I don't believe this is. This is being nice. And I had been hanging around in this area. There was a time on an earlier stream where I'd cleared this place out so that I could go through. So now this becomes a place for a house, and you could also have a back door and get through into this valley area. So that's cool. That might be something that I could continue. But yeah, it turns out that and something has happened here, but I'm not entirely sure what it is. It's fine though. I'd been in the process of building something here, and indeed I had had an idea as to what I could do to extend this outward. Got a bunch of blocks to build with. This doesn't necessarily have to be like this, but one thing at a time. And the deal is, I was immediately interested in the idea of getting in and doing Minecrafting stuff, but at the same time, I've never spent a lot of time doing it, and it's not really something I'm expecting. It's like, this is going to become my thing now, but there was a fascination to it, and that's for a reason. A lot of the stuff that I do as far as inventing and making things are benefited by me being able to, have I got a horse inside or something? I bet I have a horse outside, which is amazing. The horse, I mean. Yeah, probably. Thought I heard one. And the way my head works, I don't always have conscious control over the stuff that I'm inventing and making. Instead, I've kind of got to periodically be distracted by stuff, which is often watching YouTube videos. I spend a fair amount of time on that. In fact, one of the things I'm thinking about is doing a thing where I'm probably going to join YouTube Premium as a consumer. That's right. I am thinking about purchasing their premium grade product, which is supposed to get you better bandwidth, and I have a connection now. I've got fiber finally, after decades of not having that kind of thing. And in theory, I would be able to get better quality YouTube videos because I do consume a fair amount of those. That's one of the things that I do when I am being distracted and doing something, doing something else. Now here's a little project that I've got in mind. Excuse me, check on. Oh. And I'll tell you more about that momentarily. But I'm thinking what I might do is hear that? There's a reason we're hearing that. It will make more sense in a moment. So I thought I had sand. Well, I can get sand here. No worries. I have two theories on this prospect of getting YouTube Premium. One of them is that I am one of the people who uses ad blocking. Oh. I'm wanting to pick up. Let's dip some of these and put this here. I use ad blocking because I consider it to be a disability compensation. I have autism. I can't just go around exposing my brain to whatever advertisers want to throw at me. whether or not I am a complete sucker and believe everything they say, which is not true. I am not as bad off as all that. The distraction of attention can be a problem for me. I need to be able to think clearly when I'm preparing to do my work. And this is one reason why YouTube has been helpful for me, is that I'm easily distracted by stuff. Like I can be watching some video other and it'll be quite engaging. But there can be a catch to that, which is it can also be quite distracting. You can see that even by watching me playing a game like this, is I'm constantly doing this thing where I'm trying to do the game thing, but I'm being deeply distracted by whatever's going on. And have a lot of trouble focusing. So one of the things I've got in mind, as far as this notion of preparing to get on YouTube's service. Oh, that's not going to be good. Let's get ready to fix that. Oh, no, wait, it's not as bad as I thought. I do the ad blocking thing because I am that susceptible to getting distracted by the media around me, by the things around me. And I use that on purpose to be able to do my work, to do the and see what we've got there. We've got a whole pile of mess there. So this is something that I found earlier. You know, we prepared this earlier to cook on stream. Well, that thing's now in the way. Let's have some more stone here. Yeah, when I talk about the being distractible, clearly I'm not making that up. That is my reality. Let's also redecorate a bit. And let's throw away some of my random garbage. Okay, now that's fair. That was a baby zombie, and he got through the gap. Here we have an actual grinder. Now, one of the things I might think to do is go in there. I'm reasonably well protected, although I need to have food so that I don't just get murked and die here. And once I've sorted out my needs regarding this area, then I will go and continue to explain what I'm doing. Boop. No, that would eat me into the path. And we need to not yeet myself into the path, and let's continue. This is honestly very easy, but I'm making tough work of it because I'm too distracted. I'd like to make a little grinder out of this. Also, I did a little checking up and found that some of this, like being able to have iron horse armor, might be nice, and so I'm also going to do a little bit of that, and I'm going to grab a mossy stone block and duplicate that up nicely as well. But yeah, hey John Smith. So I had done a little checking around in order to find what this place was about. Because what I wanted was one zombie grinder so that I could eventually grind up chainmail armor, because that has a use in the snowball mechanism. And the rest of it I'll essentially leave alone. We don't actually need this, although there's nothing particularly, no real harm in busting these. Oh, although now that I think of it, why shouldn't we have lots of golden apples? We'll make chests of golden apples. I can't believe I didn't think of that. And none of these things are particularly useful, but at the same time, I could grab the music disc, because we can also easily have music discs. So let's see. Tossing dirt around. Coal ore is easy to find as well. And we also don't need the bow. We don't need rotten flesh. And so here's the thing. With this one, I am going to take literally just one mossy cobble block and leave the rest the way that it was. And then I should have, I do not have cobble on me, but I can get some pretty easily. That's not how to do it. And then we're going to dupe up some of these things. But I'm going to leave that as a, let some of this stuff despawn. And I'm going to want to make a nice little grinder here, probably also including hoppers. And it's becoming dark, so I should come out of here and go and sleep. Let's see, we've got a little sand, so that's one of the things I was going to put in here. Yeah, so back to YouTube Premium. It's not good to encourage nasty monopolistic entities to run around doing terrible things. I quite understand the idea of doing boycotts and not wanting to help people like that, but I've already made a video on why I'm enabling advertisements, and it's not because I want people to watch them. The reason I'm enabling advertisements on my videos is because I am working for YouTube and I am dependent upon their wishes as far as whether anybody sees the material I make. I'm not going to call it content because there's ideas in place here, and it's not just as simple as, oh, I make material for people to watch. That's an oversimplification. We'll put them on. Well, no, I'm going to keep the moss stone on me because we're going to duplicate a bunch of it. Don't need this much of the coal. Apples can be there. Why not? We're going to dupe the all these things. But then we're going to put a bunch of this stuff away. Oh, and dupe golden apples while we're at it. And we've filled that up quite completely. See, like I said, the reason I am thinking in terms of ad blockers, such as uBlock Origin, which I use, is it's a disability accommodation. I'm using it so that I can function and let my brain process on its back burner while watching something that I choose that's in line, hey photos, in line with what I'm thinking about. What I don't need is being distracted while YouTube begins to propagandize me and try to make me think in directions that aren't useful to me. And that could be a number of directions, honestly. There was a famous time when YouTube was busily propagandizing people towards alt-right rhetoric, and that was a real thing. That said, I think they caught it at a certain point, but that was indeed, I was there when that was happening. It was not a joke. But they could also be propagandizing me towards wanting to watch reality shows, or their business is propagandizing me towards watching more YouTube. That's a given. Interacting with YouTube as a, dare we say, content creator, is specifically for the, if I'm making this whole hopper system, I probably should make it a proper grinder rather than leaving that mossy stone there. So maybe that's what I'll do. We can probably do with a sign for explaining what it is we're doing, and I'm going to need more chests, which might be around here somewhere, or maybe not. I keep hearing horse. I keep hearing spider. Mm-hmm. Yep. So that is a condition of engaging with platforms. Is your primary job is always make people engage with the platform more. And there are ways I'm comfortable with that and ways that I'm not. The thing that I'm not comfortable with is, and right here I'm looking for, not hoppers, I have enough of those, chests. Maybe we don't have any. I can make more. But the condition doesn't go away. You continue to be engaging with a platform that wants people to tune in more. Anytime you're like, hey, like and subscribe on YouTube, that means in theory it's helping you, but it is also helping them. And that's who you're working for when you are in that context. And that's why I made a video quite some time ago, actually, that was specifically why I'm engaging advertisements. It's not because I'm that excited about that everybody should be watching advertisements. I don't. That's not something that I find comfortable or wise for myself. And YouTube is increasingly going to war against people who are using ad blockers. So my take on that is I have a plan. And this plan is to start paying them and continue to use the same ad blocker that I would be using currently and kind of see what happens. I'm wondering if I'm paying them, will I be better off in that context than if I was going, nobody should be doing this, and also I'm disabling their ads in thus and so of a way, and encouraging other people to do that. Here's our smelter. That seems to be working just fine. This is a thing that I built the other day. It's not as pretty as it might be, but it's looking good, looking functional. I could pretty that up a little bit, maybe. Like these need space over them, but I could also be putting a bunch of brick blocks in here. Maybe not right now. That's the thing is, I will be getting distracted by ideas, and anytime that starts to engage, know that I might also be getting plugin ideas, sound ideas. I was watching a video just the other day of somebody who may perfectly well have been enabling advertisements or may not have, or I don't know what they're doing as far as this is concerned. But I was watching a fella in Asheville, North Carolina, whose name is literally also Chris Johnson, although he has a stage name. And he's doing psytrance that is every bit as good as the band Hallucinogenic Horses. That were my previous high bar for psytrance. This guy's making music that sounded exactly as good as that, except for that it was all off a modular synth. Which, I mean, that's interesting. That makes you wonder whether the other folks were also doing it with modular synth. I've checked out several of I've followed his channel and have checked out several of his other videos, which all sound literally identical. And that's where I start getting frustrated and wanting more. Like, I am very likely to start doing music stuff rather than just only Minecraft stuff. But it's going to have to be more than just literal only psytrance. Because that stays in the same beat and it stays in the same note. And everything is just sounds coming in and out. And I need more harmonic progression than that. By the way, my fire is going out, so I'm going to have to put more logs on there. This is another sign for if I get caught up in something, or especially if I have other ideas percolating in my head, I will completely forget to do this kind of stuff. I'll forget to stoke the fire. I'll forget to eat. All of those things. I'll forget to put this to that setting. And yeah, so that's where I could probably move that panel over to where I can reach it more easily. I've got this little doohickey there, and it's a video switcher that relates to the streaming that I'm doing now, but it's hanging underneath a tripod that has a camera on it, the one that I use for making the weekend plugin release videos. And maybe it would be a good idea to move that so that I can reach it from where I'm sitting, because that might make sense. Honestly, the video making is very interesting. Like I said, if you are making videos for YouTube, that is your job. That you are there to make YouTube get more viewers and see more engagement. You know, whether you like what they're doing or how they roll or not. But I'm comfortable in making good videos that are interesting and that I'm showing people a lot of stuff for being encouraging. Like, that to me is a legitimate reason for having people dialing into YouTube more often to see the thing that I made. I'm comfortable with that. However, the reason the ad thing, it's a weird bind to be stuck in, that as a YouTube creator, and we were going to go and mine out the bottom of that. See, I'm of two minds. One of them is to leave the dungeon the way it is as a sort of preservation thing. Although I can't in-game place spawners, and so the spawner is really the interesting thing about that. I want more mossy stone, and that's easily got. Want a way to come down in here, which, here we are. We've got a bunch of lights. This can be cleaned up later. Once I have lit this up, what am I talking about? Made this dark again. That's going to fire into action, which is what I would like to see happen. Now don't have any more stacks of stone. That's a shame, but I can have that back easily enough. We know that the shape and size of the dungeon is larger than just this, so I can make it a larger space, and that'll make it spawn more. We'll start doing that now. So yeah, this distracted conversation is all around the concept of making YouTube videos knowing that you're feeding this machine, and under what circumstances can I balk the wishes of that machine. Like, if they have decided we are now going to start punishing people that use some form of ad block, I'm relatively helpless to deal with that. There's nothing really that I can do about that circumstance, whether or not I consider it to be a disability accommodation or not. And I will consider it a disability accommodation, but that is not to say that anybody's going to care. In particular, YouTube is not going to care. So what I'm curious about is whether getting into that situation, getting into the situation of, now I'm doing this, now I am engaging with this platform, and now this is the information I'm communicating, that here I am. I actually do not wish to be punished and chased off of YouTube, because that's the primary place where I communicate with anybody. And it would be fascinating if they have it automated so well that if I mention something like that, the live stream dies. and no longer is being ever shown to anybody. They're watching for words, and much like watching for content ID, and this is not impossible. Much like watching for content ID, they can watch for mention of like technology that shall not be named. And if you dare to say that thing, then they make your content go away on their platform. See, these are the things that are deeply possible. It is super accessible on a technological basis to do such a thing. That's far from difficult. It's far from unusual. It's a fairly obvious thing to be able to do. So it becomes a question of, well, first of all, are they doing it? Second of all, why am I harvesting iron when this is Snowball and I've already got iron? Let's light this area up a little bit. And do we have any? Not so much, but we can do something pretty. And we can no longer conveniently get down into here, but I'll worry about that later. See, this is the thing of being a individual person that's engaging with a large platform. Another person that's done videos about engaging with platforms is Dan Olson, Folding Ideas. You can see his YouTube videos on the subject if you like. But remembering it's not only about additional platforms or platforms that might be trying to replace YouTube in what they do. It's most definitely about the mother platform, YouTube itself. And you got to engage with them also as the platform that they are. That is a thing that understanding how that functions is extremely relevant. Let's see. This doesn't have to be a super awesome space, just enough of one. Oh, for heaven's sake. Sir, I made a dark area, and the mob spawned in it. It works. It works. I was foolish and got zinged. So let's see. Now that I've got that sorted out, let's see whether we can get rid of some of this pointless stuff. Then one block over for this sucker as well. We've certainly established that the spawner works. Make a dark area, and all of a sudden a zombie appears right where you were and jumps to attack. So we must do a little bit of lighting up just to be able to do this stuff. So that's one of the things I'm thinking about at the moment is engaging with the YouTube platform in such a way that I'm continuing to do what I do, but I'm kind of spending a tithing to YouTube. For all I know, like popular YouTubers who are getting traction on the platform are doing that on purpose. I might be the last to figure that one out. Like, oh, if you want them to give you views, you have to be paying for their product. Imagine that. But it makes sense. It's like, yeah, I could see how that would be a thing. I don't know, though. So it would be rather tricky for me. It would be not a good time if it turned out, and I don't know whether it would turn out, that you would have to not only pay for their product, but also intentionally forego, blocking media that you're not interested or that you're not well suited to consuming in other circumstances. I mean, it's possible, but I don't know whether that would actually be the case. One could easily consider that to be a paranoid fancy. Like, and you have to do this thing for the YouTube gods for them to support you, otherwise they betray you, they hurt you. But it's not an impossible thing. And the way that I calculate stuff like that has a great deal to do with what is easy for the platform to watch, what is easy for the platform to do. Like as far as watching my behavior patterns, yeah, clearly they are all over that. The platform does not have difficulty watching how I watch. It's a question of what do they want in return. Which I think is a legit question. And, depending upon how realpolitik you are, your daily mention of, if you had not heard about this, I mentioned the word realpolitik, and realpolitik is associated with a particular man. His name was Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger passed on at the age of 100 after having committed more war crimes than anybody could possibly imagine and doing a great deal of damage in the world. So if you hadn't heard about that, yeah. Another fellow who passed on recently is Shane McGowan, the guy from the Pogues, and he outlived Kissinger, so props to that. And somebody else who has apparently not passed on yet is Tom Lehrer, who did a song about Kissinger way back in the day, and Werner von Braun, for that matter. But realpolitik, as it applies to a media platform, is what you'd call these calculations of how do I get YouTube to support me and let people see my videos because they have the power to not let people see my videos. How does that work? And you will never see the algorithm. Something like that, there is practical reason why people shouldn't be let in on that. It's just grounds for manipulation. That said, you can work it out deductively. And you work that out by, or I'm not sure whether it's deductively or inductively. Just because Sherlock Holmes says deduction, my dear Watson, doesn't mean it's the correct word to use. I'm also not sure whether my method of thinking is better characterized as deductive or inductive? It's an interesting question, I suppose. That said, and ooh, well, good for your country then. Your country is interesting politically. That is something with which I am very clear. I've paid some attention to what goes on there. It is interesting. There's a lot going on. There are many interesting thinkers coming out of your country on a left-wing basis. And it is a example of certain challenges, most notably economically. It's major economic challenges in Greece. So yeah, you are working. Oh, hey, guess what? It's giving me warning. So what I can warn you ahead of time, and maybe that'll be something. See, in 30 seconds, it's going to run some ads for somebody. Now, who exactly? I don't know. But if you are allowing that to happen for you, then I have advance warning that is a thing. That is a thing to happen. Nine, 8. I'm not sure how long they'll be doing it. Maybe it'll show me how long they're running. That'd be cool. And so for those of you who deal with that in other ways, that might not be a concern for you. We'll just say. And for those who use other means to deal with something like that, I can keep talking and you're not missing out on anything. So yeah, here's one of the things I was going to do is mine up this stuff and replace it with stone. Or indeed, just continue going down a level. That might work. Because the thing that I'm doing here is, oh, and we are making the mobs in no uncertain terms. So let's keep sticking torches around everywhere, shall we? I don't think they can appear out of midair, but we'll find out. Yeah, so part of what we're doing here is hoppers and chests and being able to grab up the monsters. We can also use buckets and water and do a sort of mob concentrator. The side effect of this is that I'm going to get more mossy cobble to duplicate, and that'll be cool. And the whole eventual purpose of it is to grind up mob drops that are rare. So we'll make it into a proper grinder. With hoppers, I probably shouldn't, well, I don't know whether I should do too many hoppers. I'm speculating now on what would be too many hoppers. Well, I've got 64 hoppers, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Comes out to here. We can go down a level. We're going to generate an awful lot of that. This doesn't really have to be optimized though, and we don't actually need any mob killing devices because we've got snowball arrows, so that's fairly easy. Excuse me. Maybe I can also make a let's see, too many things in my head, clearly. We'll go down one more. Maybe I'd like to have this go down this way and fill this side in. Not like we're short on blocks. Any dark area can spawn a mob. So yeah, sort of heading on over this way with increasing velocity. Not running out of stone. To where we can sort of go around this side and let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's go down one more level. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's do 7 by 7. Then we won't use up all of those. One, 2, 3, 4, which is directly below. I mean, I can have more hoppers pretty easily. That's not really going to be a problem. Boop. Yeah, hopper floor can be here. Then it'll go over to a chest here. Chest doesn't get to go up. And I'll probably want to find a way. Well, I'm not sure how long it's going to take for that to empty. I'm kind of still figuring out what I like about this, if any. So we can come down into here. Things can be trying to get out this way. We can start filling in the hoppers. Oh, interesting. Seven goes all the way over here. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Oopsie. I may need to put blocks on that. I'm not sure whether they just spawn on hoppers. We will find out pretty quickly, though. And 8 more, which means we could just build it right in here and have an additional direction for feeding things in. And we got one more little hopper, which we don't need to use, and then we can start I don't know, wall decorations? I'm a little confuzzled in placing things in funny places. No concern about that. One thing about this wood stove is it is nice and warm by now. It has quite successfully warmed my place up pretty good. So if I put a block in there, then nothing can get through. And if I fill up this back area, I might run out of cobble. Probably will. Oh. But there is a way that I'll get one more. And that there is a mob. Because that's a dark area. Don't have any more. Yeah, this is going to be cumbersome. And he seemed to appear in the middle of the air. So there's that. I must have gotten hit because I am lower on food. Let's just dupe up a bunch more cobble. I'm liking the idea of having that be cobble, so although now I have to go and get the cobble out of this. We can do that. And that ought to get me to a full stack. Yeah. I am very interested to find out whether me talking about forbidden subjects causes the stream to go away, because I can always choose not to do that. It's the kind of thing where, you know, you do not necessarily want to be the explorer discovering things like this yourself. That can be a worrying area of research. And in a sense, I can make experiments like that, but in a sense I kind of can't, because I do need access to YouTube to be able to post stuff. You know, like I said, what can get you publicized or unpublicized can vary quite a bit. And Okay, menu QQ. So in that light, I'm somewhat hesitant of getting too experimental. But at the same time, I feel like if anybody can, I probably should. Because I feel like what with, Patreon and the fact that I'm not primarily a YouTuber, I'm an audio programmer, means I have perhaps more leeway to conduct experiments like that. Not to say safely, but there's an extent to which I can get away with saying things that you shouldn't say. Words that begin with block. I don't know. I could be just imagining it. It's all part of the world we live in. Meanwhile, this seems to be going fairly well. There's a couple of back walls. Now if I do this wall, we've got a little cobble cube, and we will see pretty quickly whether or not things can spawn, and if they can't, we're going to make something that they can spawn on. And we're pretty much out of cobble again. Fancy that. Regular cobble, that is. We're not going to make this out of mossy. We could make it out of mossy, but we're not going to make this out of mossy. And one thing this won't give you is the XP bottles, but we don't really need to make the XP bottles because we have enchanting grinders. Oh, that got a little close. Well, you're not going to do well, but our block's going to pop out from that area. That's a tough guy. Oh, it is one of the tough guys. Some of those just take forever. Oh, and we got another one somewhere. Where are you at? Did he get spawned inside here, perhaps? Probably. Oh, no, he got spawned up there. Probably dark. It's probably dark out. Ow, sir. It's spawning very enthusiastically now. I swear they're probably fine on the hoppers. That guy showed up in a place where there was nothing but hoppers. I feel a little bit like the famous James Turner. James Turner is a Minecraft player from LoadingReadyRun, who I'm a big fan of. Both James and LoadingReadyRun. In fact, when I was playing... Ow. That startled me so badly I didn't know what I was doing. I do have the wonderful mechanism for slaying these dudes, but it doesn't do a lot of good if I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Anyway, one thing that James likes to do when playing Minecraft is often he takes foolish chances and does stuff where Chad is freaking out and being like, it's going to get you, it's going to get you. Because, you know, it's he's doing it because it is for entertaining the watchers. I'm not saying I'm going quite as far as all that, but I do understand now how that works. Look away from where the monsters are going to appear. Watch as chat becomes very excited. I will find out, I guess, whether... Oh no, ManuQQ. Wonder whether it's nice out or not. Oh look, I can get out of here quite easily, can't I? So let's see now, what's the thing? Oh, hi, also a zombie. Organic natural zombie. So what else was I doing? I was going to try to make some stairs. Like maybe some cobble stairs. In order to do that, I need to find a place where a... oh, I know. Hey, menu. Where a table is, so that works. Because one of the things I was thinking of doing was straightening this out a little bit. Chests can open into stairs, so I can do something like that. Maybe even put an obstacle so that the mobs can't actually get through. If I do this, they can't. Likewise, if it's like that, same deal, but that does give me room to like shoot them. Oh, and we could also fill this area in. Let's see. Okay, first of all, that goes there. We'll put that there. And this is now done, so let's get it going. Now we kill that guy. Why is it not firing up? It's too light. There must still be a light in there. Doesn't look dark at all. Oh, yeah, sure enough. Boop, there we go. So that should, repeat, should start firing up a bunch of angry zombies. We can grind those. Although I am a little concerned that if they can't find their way out, or if there's no path to them getting out, then they won't grind. And that's a bit of a concern. I wonder if that is the case. Okay, now you can get to me. Now what? Okay. We're getting going. Oh yeah. That made a bunch. And now we're not making them anymore, huh? Yes, we are. I'm going to need to make some kind of door thing so that that can work. They can get to me. And it is dark. It's just not very high intensity, is it? Oh, I recognize that sound. Hi. Okay. Let's figure out what we're doing. Ooh, the lava menu. So we've got some gear, but we haven't got any chain yet. And I could be placing water in such a way that these things will get swept into the right place. At which point I don't need as many other things. Water buckets. I'm honestly, I'm not sure what you're up to, Manu QQ. You were doing something with water. I mean, something with lava, not water. What am I talking about? Speaking of water, let's get a bunch of water buckets. We have anything here I can put away? Huh. Hopper, perhaps. The spare chest. Oh, hello. Hi. How's it going? I'm assuming you can hear the stream. Oh. I see the sun is going down. Maybe it's time to sleep. Getting to be time. And I don't want that thing there. Look at you. Gonna be time soon enough. There we go. So we can pass the night. Oh, where's the hidden dungeon? Yeah, you must be listening to the stream if you know about that, or watching it. Alrighty then. Well, if you're not also going to sleep, then... And this is the thing that I built a little while back. This way. It's right in the same area, although I do have an alternate place that I can go to. I've got an additional dungeon that might be worth a little attention. But the one I was talking about is right down here. And there were things I was gonna do. Let's start by ditching some of my unwanted blocks. Nobody needs iron ore. And getting a bunch of water bucket. Oh, too many for my inventory. And it's down here. And there's a monster. Hello, Mr. So I need a loading sword for guys like you. That's exactly what I wanted to see. That said, that doesn't mean he dropped it. And it looks like he didn't. And there is one additional thing that they could conceivably drop that would be interesting. But more on that later. And we'll let some of these guys come out. Uh-oh. Careful. Got him. So now one thing we can do is start placing water around here so it's washing these guys in the direction I want. So we can place one there. And this will tend to direct them in this direction. And then I can also put one in. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that's pretty thorough. Probably don't need much more. Let's put, since everybody goes this way, let's put one here. And everything should be swept over to here. And you know, that's probably going to be satisfactory. Yep. So, having done that, let's see now. I'm going to yeet in here and break some torches. Dude. Oh, he's tough. Careful. I'm not sure how much good you're going to do doing that, but we can find out. Okay, got to get these other ones. I don't think I just... Nope, you survived. I think I may have hit you by accident. Hope not. Oh no, dude. We'll come back in here and you can have your stuff. I will also check to see whether you've got anything else in my inventory. I don't think so. I think that's all what was in my inventory. Come back over here. Your drops are sitting right here. Not that there's that much, but so it goes. I'm trying to figure out, should I pick this up? I don't recognize... There you go. There you go. You made it. Meanwhile, we got another pair of chain boots. Okay, if you want any of that stuff, you may certainly take it. I'm just going to throw a bunch of things in here that I don't need. Going to want to clear it out, though, later. Hey, sorry guys. And are you up to speed? Like, watch the... And I don't want to fire while you're standing there. Watch the video post-scarcity Minecraft for a bit of a briefer on the kinds of stuff that you can do in this mod. There's no particular reason I can't... Oh, there we go. There's no particular reason I can't let you sit there. I'm pondering the idea of making a lava blade. That could be a thing. Of course, making the lava blade would kind of involve going in there again. Or doing it from above. That might work. Might be able to make a lava blade from above. Oh, hey, you got the chainmail. Well, your skin already looks like you got chainmail, so that's good. The rockets are gone? No, they're not. Here you go. Down here. I have placed some rockets. They're floating on the ground. Come down and get them. Oh, hello, also chain-looking guy. Tell you what, I'll go closer to you. Here. Now you can pick those up. I should have done it. I feel almost certain that I had looting swords. I just haven't been using them because this is Snowball, so I don't fight with swords. But this is not fighting, this is grinding. And if I don't have looting swords, I bet you I have a looting enchant. No, that's sharpness sweeping edge. That's also a sharpness, so is that. They're all sharpness and sweeping edge, but it's looting I want. What do we got? There we go. Looting 2. That's the way. Do I have more than 1? I have looting 3. Okay. That's probably as much as you can get. So, time to go and make my grindy sword. Just as soon as I can find a couple of diamonds. And a stick. By the way, that might be useful to you. Things run out in weird ways in this game. All of a sudden I can't find a stick or a piece of wood to save my life. Oh wait, hang on. I can make. There we go. Grinding should be working a little bit better in a moment. There we are, and let's not have that be in the first spot because that's what things hold when they are ground. And let's go back and let's see if we can get a little more in the way of chainmail stuff. I don't know why I keep getting hungry here. It's going to be time to go and make another cup of coffee before terribly long. Oh, sorry guys, are you the one in here as QQ? Yeah, I've only just begun these Snowball Minecraft streams, but I feel like it's going pretty well so far. And one of the reasons that it's... excuse me. Mini guys get right through. Not a good place to stand. Not a good place to stand. I'm hitting things with the sword. So I would not, don't stand in front of me when I'm holding the sword in. No. This is a looting sword. There's a reason I'm using it. And it is because I see something in there that I want. That's the guy I want. Now let's see if it worked. And nope, if you want to learn how to do that, oh, there you go. You got some armor on too. It is the arrow over a snowball, and then you do this. Yep, that was the way. Don't shoot me no more. Go in there and shoot those guys. That's what to shoot. Huh, I have random leather pants. Or I'll go down here and continue. I can go in there. I can get some of this unwanted stuff out of here. This is supposed to be a grinding thing. So we'll stick to stuff that comes from zombies. There you go. So that's some good practice. Now, if you find some chainmail gear, let me duplicate one. There is a reason I'm interested in having that on hand. Oh, okay. So you just watch from a phone. Well, you can come and play if you have PC-style Java-based Minecraft. Open invitation. So far, we haven't had anything in the way of people who just want to make everything miserable. That remains a possibility. At which point, we basically have to move bases and tend not to do this, which will show coordinates. So let's see. First of all, let's offload some of this junk. The river of forget this stuff, where things that I know I have a bunch of can just kind of go away. We were low on those things, though. And it'll all flow downstream and despawn. Okay, did you get anything? There's more stuff. Let's put some of these things away. I should put signs down there, though. Might be a good idea to go and put some signs down there. Because that is the whole thing behind this basic concept. It's like an anarchy server, but the thing is it's not a trick to have large quantities of anything, and it's also not a trick to be incredibly destructive. So ideally, it's kind of boring to be just doing this for the... Oh, okay, I'm going to stand back. So the idea becomes, what's interesting to do? Rather than just, like, can we make destruction happen? Because we can absolutely make destruction happen. I could take a single... I'm not going to step that direction for a moment. But I can open this. Okay, I was going to place a sign. That's something I can still do. Trying to figure out communal natural zombie. Communal natural zombie grinder. What that means is anybody can use it. Go right ahead. Indeed. However, if you do that, the bomb tricks have challenges. Give me a second. I gotta throw the log in the fire. There are challenges associated with the bomb tricks I speak of. You can make booms. Thing is, if you make too large of a boom, it will simply blow you up too. So boom wisely. And likewise with us doing this kind of thing, yeah, you can do a lot of shots then, but then if you walk, or like just happened to me, I was getting hit, and it was probably by you. And we still don't have much, although I'll grab that iron ingot and put it somewhere. And now that you move forward, I'm going to get out of your firing line. And the communal Zom grinder can do its thing. I'm toying with the idea of setting up a lava blade because we have water to bring stuff into where the lava blade is. Thing is, a lava blade right there will cut down on spawn rate because it's light. I keep hearing a horse. Let's quickly grind up some of these things. There's also a reason why I'm tending not to do things when Manu is around. That's because getting people involved in this kind of thing, you know, I've got this kind of stuff under control, but then if you start firing from behind me, I can step right into the path of the firing and it'll make things awkward and complicated. But I did have my heart set on doing some of this. Namely, let's have a bunch of stacks of mossy cobble. Now the mossy cobble is downstairs, so it's all getting fed into this. Here's where extra mossy cobble goes. I now have a few stacks of it. I can make more fairly quickly and easily. And I can give, I'm not going to shoot. I can give a stack of mossy cobble, and anything holding a stack like that, well, hey presto, you can make more stacks like that because this is Snowball Minecraft, and there's a bunch of things I was going to duplicate which I will need to do elsewhere. Yeah, you can step forward and pick that up. I got 3 stacks of mossy cobble on me, so it's now time to duplicate a little bit of horse armor since I have a bunch of horses, which are amazing. Very good. This is one of those tough guys. Some of these just end up having really high HP. Oh, and golden apples. Oh, somebody figured out how to do it. Come back, I fixed the problem. Come back and get your stuff. Or don't. It must be nighttime. Okay, I'm going to step outside here and distract these guys. Your stuff is still here. I'm not picking any of it up. In the meantime, let's do a little outdoors grinding. tough guys. Oh, yep, you're in there somewhere. Return to where the things killed you, and you should be good. I should go and make sure that I can see where that is. And maybe not go too far away so it doesn't despawn. I don't think sleeping would do any good, so I will not. I'm going to just try and get a golden apple drop. You know, if these guys... There you go. If these guys don't drop golden apples, I have a solution for that. Oh, but they did. Very good. So I think maybe I'm going to go outside for this, although passing the night might be good. Here we go. Seeing as... Oh, hello, Mr. Also Zombie. And another Mr. Also Zombie. Seeing as we were doing that in there, but then there was a bit of a problem with me getting shot by side shots. So let's just do it outdoors. And I was going to grind those, but whatever, I'll do one closer to me. Okay, just go ahead and do that then. I did have a purpose in mind that was not being served by that. Let's see what we're doing. We'll go in here, then at least maybe I can go to the... Because here's the thing, like this is post-scarcity. The fact that QQ just grabbed all of the golden apples I was trying to geometrically duplicate doesn't actually matter because I can make more. It's just trying to get more as rapidly as possible because then my duplication goes faster. Whereas grabbing them away from me means that my duplication goes slower. That said, I'm up to 12, so there's that. But yeah, it's like the geometrical factor means there's an escalating scale of duplication on this stuff. Like relatively quickly, but maybe not right now, I can get to where I'm duplicating. Nice, there we go. Okay, there's a full stack, so these two you can go from, and I'll make another full stack shortly. And then beyond duplicating full stacks, because each of those guys now drops a full stack, or doesn't, sometimes they don't drop. Once you finish with that, the next stage is to use shulker boxes. There's a bunch of shulker boxes near spawn. And if you have a shulker box full of this, you can duplicate it and you can also just directly place them. Now, see, what I've got is I got to where I had a full stack. So now I have two full stacks. And now you have a full stack. And then there's another full stack of apples in here. They're geometrically duplicated. Here's another full stack. And there's another 5 on top of that. So let's go outside. And I'm going to demonstrate a couple of things. As I guess you're probably listening, presumably you're listening, but you're also on here with me. So, the way that I did that, if you're watching this, you'll be able to see it, is that we've got arrows on top of snowballs, for firing arrows. They're very good. The more XP you have, the better they are. Rotten flesh on top of Snowball does this. And that guy is carrying what was in my first slot. So don't put big weapons in your first slot in case you do this by accident. And again, because that guy does not seem to have dropped the full stack. See, I've got a full stack in my first slot. I can't see whether, it doesn't look very much as if he dropped anything. But I still have the full stack that I had. It's kind of like open source software. See, there you go. So now if you go down there, you can have that full stack of golden apples, and I also have a full stack of golden apples. See? Do you see it? Just down there, you can go down and get it. And you can also pick up the zombie flesh there, which means you'll be able to do that yourself. Do the same thing that I did. Rotten flesh over a snowball. Firework over a snowball, arrow over a snowball, and over here to the side, there you go. And now you can create a zombie too. And I'm just going to watch safely from here while you do. Or I'll do it again. And now I will deal with these guys because they're coming for you. And this is why I made that thing where I could control where they went. You got just one of them left. Oh, no, we don't. We've got more than one of them left. Okay, arguably you did not want to do that. So now those are going to kill you. That is arguably the thing you don't want to do. Although you're certainly going to have enough golden apples as a result of doing that thing. And now go ahead and collect your stuff. I'm going to get up here and watch what happens. Oh, by the way, one of them is now wearing diamond armor because it picked it up. So by all means, come and collect your stuff. So this is why that's not something we do. Looks like you got all of them on you. And that must have been a backfire. Oh, they went inside the house. That's somebody else's house. I am now on the roof and I have a bunch of firepower, so we're going to clean up the mess a little bit. And now we'll see how you get on. I'm guessing you don't. And you should probably replace that door. That door was busted on account of how you rolled. That was targeted on its master. Oh, found the door. Let's replace that door. Oh, for heaven's sake. Let's replace that door in such a way that it doesn't get broken next time. Passing the net would be good too. Well, that's no good. Or not. Okay, so put the door back on. Oh, a bunch of creepers and endermans. So, well, you're going to have more than enough golden apples. There you go. So that was a lesson to be learned. Let's throw some of these things into useful places. There, you can have your own ender chest too. I'm going to grab up some of this festive golden. Nobody's going to be eating anything but golden apples for like forever. We're going to throw this into the kind of fancy bin. And then grab a whole batch of them. And let's put them at spawn. 3 stacks, okay. Passing the net would be good, but I'm not sure if that's the way we're playing today. We might be just playing kind of wild and woolly today. That's certainly the impression that I got. Although, if I am being followed, I will see if QQ does what I do. But until then, we're going to throw stacks of golden apples into the chests for newcomers. Because that's part of what we do for fun. Oh, doors. That might be handy. Alrighty, so let's see. Do we want to pass the night? Let's find out. I'm just waiting for the next penny to drop. Because you see, zombie flesh is not the only thing that can duplicate a mob. And I'm pretty sure I carefully cleared out this area. Yeah, I think I pretty carefully cleared out this area. I could go and work on this house a little bit, I suppose. Yeah, check this out. I made a kitten. There you go. It's a good trick. Oh. And here's another one. Magnetism. That away. Go that away, sir. There we go. Yeah, it's all in that video of mine. So believe me, there are tricks. You have no idea. We got all the tricks. I'm going to quickly go and XP grind. I might not be wanting to demonstrate this one on camera right at the moment, but who knows? Let's see how much trouble we can get into. There we are. I'm going to see how we're doing for, yep. Oh yeah, we need some more of these. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Put that back. I got to replace some of these guys. Word to the wise, if you don't know what I'm doing, maybe let me do it. Rather than get suffocated by the placement of the thing. There we are. So that ought to go for a while. You don't need to do anything up there. I've reloaded. Since it is Snowball, we didn't use any of that up. I duplicated it. Let's go and put the shulker box over here. See, this is one of the fascinating things about humans being humans. You get into doing something like playing Minecraft, and you wind up with people who are like, I'm going to be wherever you are and do what you seem to want to do, you know. And it's a very interesting dynamic in a game like Snowball. I remember there was folks I was playing with years ago in Snowball where it was deeply unsafe to be around them when they were playing. Deeply, deeply unsafe. And it's not because they were malicious. It's because they just winged it and went ham. Here's some more empty boxes for people. Meanwhile, I'm going to see how this place is doing. Because I've got my looting sword, and I'm wearing armor in case our friend comes and starts trying to shoot arrows past me and hits me. That's the challenge. And so far, we don't have much in the way of anything particularly interesting happening yet. But that could change in a hurry. That guy just got right out. And as expected, I may schedule a lunch break or have coffee and do something else break. We'll see. Here comes some more. I don't need your golden armor. I don't need your nonsense, sir. That's where a sword comes in handy. These guys are all very weak, but they are dropping things. So again, I'm going to keep an eye on what I can get a hold of out of these. I don't need to test them. I know what they do. Again, I'm saying this. There is a video that can be watched, and it covers some of these things. Funnily enough, this is actually also a place where I could grind my dudes. I'd rather not. I don't like playing with the nukes, so I don't. There's a bunch of things like that that I generally don't like playing with because they can cause so much destruction that the anarchy side of things starts to just show up more than I anticipated. There might be other folks who also play who are more interested in, see, we're grinding some stuff after all. I can grind my horse armor. Does it now? It is not on low latency, it's on like high video quality. And it is not safe for me to fire these. Oh, it would have to be, otherwise everybody's going to have a different base. We could go and travel to, see, I got my iron horse armor, but I don't have much. Why don't you come with me? I have a note that I made. I'm going to insist that we bring beds. So I think what I'm going to do is just grab some of these. I'll take one, take that. Or I can throw mine and then pass it on. That didn't work. There we go. Now we can go towards where I have made a note. So we're going to go to there. And I'm going to take that out of that slot. And I'm going to have to fire up the, let's see, which direction would that be? This direction. Nope, not 1176, 1176. This will take a while. However, I do have a elytra, so my helmet is seeing better days. I think these might be the helmets that I have to grind. It'll take a while, but we'll get there. And this will give me time enough to put another log on the fire. Gotta remember to do that. That's real world stuff, that is. It's actually warm enough today that it's not that big of a deal. But it is winter. So I do end up having to keep my fire going. So let's see. Negative 11, 776 and negative 10 to 40. F3. Like that. I feel like we got a novice Minecraft player, which is surely a thing. Nothing so wrong with that, but this is a really weird introduction to Minecraft, I gotta say. If this is your first Minecraft, oh boy. Don't expect it to be like this. And how's it's holding up. Normally I would expect somebody playing Minecraft with me to have typically way more familiarity with the base game than I have, honestly. Or are you hearing the keyboard? This is a DOS keyboard. It is in fact the DOS keyboard Tiger. DOS Tiger, the TIGR, which is funny because my email address on Gmail includes those letters in that succession. So yeah, I am fond of the clicky keys. It is somewhat less clicky key than some of the ones that you can get. I used to have a older DOS keyboard that specifically had the ultra clicky keys, but this one is a nice one. I tend to use up keyboards. I type a lot. We're continuing to go west, and I will find my way to the target, and that being the result of the TNT, because I had a more familiar with Minecraft. Well, actually, I don't necessarily know that QQ is unfamiliar with Minecraft. I just know that usually one doesn't generate mass quantities of armed zombies. Just sort of randomly without identifying, like, oh wait, that could be a problem for me. So we're coming along up. And I want to fly back up again and go faster. Maybe we'll stop at 9,000, 9,000. Or glide in a little bit farther and then see what we get. Let's go straight down and then swerve around a little bit, see whether we can have ground spawning. Very good. It is nighttime. I brought a bed. I'm going to use it, and I'm on top of a bunch of things, so I don't have to worry particularly about that. Oh, but I do have to worry about I can't place a bed on top of leaves. Do I have blocks? Sure do. Put all this horse armor aside. That's only one coordinate. We need an X and a Z. Also, can you sleep or not? Because I'm telling you, I can. So passing the night might be a good idea. If not, I'm just hanging out. My coordinates are visible. Alrighty. Oh, and the reason I'm not able to clear that is because I am in the bed. Well, I'll stay there. It'll be easier to get out this far if it's not like middle of the night and all. And here we are, reclaiming the bed. Random mossy cobble in the top of a tree. Nothing wrong with that. Although, I don't know, I could reclaim it. It'll be like Burning Man, leave no trace. And there we've got zombies and stuff, but what we're only concerned about doing is traveling this direction. Ooh, dark oak sapling. Can I have another? There we are, bunch of dark oak saplings. So, further to the northwest, using the rocket snowball, because we do have monsters. How many monsters? The magnet snowball will show us. Hi guys. There's a creeper. Magnet Snowball is exposing all the monsters that are lurking around here. They're trying to get to me, but it's not doing them a lot of good. Anyways, onwards over the canopy. As we are heading towards negative 11,000 or thereabouts. For a reason. It will answer the question of what's the deal with exploding things, snowballs? And you can catch up with me while I am simply walking some of the time. I'm going to stick to the canopy where possible. Mobs don't spawn on leaves. But let's see, northwest. That's actually kind of cool. I'm seeing birch forest. Or something. Those are some tall birch trees. And some interesting terrain, but interesting terrain you ain't seen nothing yet. And now, birch forest, we're going to go down to the ground level again and continue heading northwest. Made it to 10,000. We're negative 10,000. Let me know how you're getting on, QQ. This is a journey. Granted, we can use Snowball to accelerate our speed and all that kind of stuff, but it's still a journey. In fact, I'm going to start going more directly west, seeing as the location I'm seeking. Oh, look. Sand. Made it to a desert. See, we're heading in the direction of something. Maybe what I'll do is I'll dig up some... I'll do a couple of things, really. These are things I can do. 1 minute warning, folks. Apparently ads are going to run. For those of you who haven't disabled those. Up. Already 11. Cool. Well, let me hurry up then. I'll catch up. I'm pretty sure this is the thing we were talking about. If not, we'll make it. I'll need a couple of things to do that. That wasn't one of them. There's a dark place, but there's nothing in there. Watch how it turns out to be in the middle of the water. No, that's a... What's that? Okay, that's natural. See, either I've got this written down, but so 11,776. Yeah, this must be the right coordinate, so we just got to find it. And 10 to 40. So we're going back this way a little bit. Bonking around rather violently into things. And 10 to 80. So I'm at 11, 14, and I'm going to want to go 700. So I got to go this way. So I'm going west. I can't type. So there's where I'm at. I shouldn't be standing next to the lava. You teleport to that place, drop into the lava, and then we have to start all over again. That wouldn't be good. I also keep wondering whether... See, now I'm forgetting. Do we have snowball things for pumpkins? What crazy monstrosity might we generate? Just another pumpkin. However, I do have torches. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be... Oh, yes, it does. That creates a jack-o'-lantern, and snowball jack-o'-lantern is apparently just a lit jack-o'-lantern. Okay. Well, no harm done there. That said, it might be worth sleeping again. Let me just go there, how about? Bip. And that is unfortunate, because that means I can't pass the night either. Oops. Let's keep on heading west, then. Thank you. I'll take that. Might come in handy. I know. Can't say as I can find you necessarily. Minus 11540. Should be in this vicinity. Great, another one of these assholes. That said, I do have a use for them. If you get killed, we're going to be really sad. I wonder if I can find some sheep and kill them and make a bed, because you not having a bed right now is bad. And I cannot find Hang Master. I cannot see where you are. Well, one thing we could do, you got here faster than I did, so if you do get killed by the zombies, get a rocket. Oh, okay. If you're standing on a roof, give me the coordinates. Now I can get to you. Well, that sucked. Which? Those were coordinates, and then they were off my screen faster than I could even blink. 11519, 10494. I already don't remember what those coordinates were. There we go. 11519, 10495. Wrong way. That should be the general vicinity. Okay. Probably this way. This way. Ah, fair enough. Okay, so you're an amateur of sorts, but you're closer to my age. Cool. If you're safe on the roof, I'll get to you eventually. I'm just having a lot of difficulty, that's all. Okay, now I'm in a field. I don't see anything around me anywhere. Well, that was 115 the other time, so we'll go that way. And 10495 means going this way, so this direction. It really just doesn't load in fast enough for me to make any sense of it. Which seems weird, but go figure. 116, that's too far. I'm going to be somewhat distracted by mobs. 115, getting there, running away. Went too far. Aha! Bounced. Hey, we got there. So what we should do is, you can take this bed and I can find one in the town. Should be able to place it on top of the top edge of the house. Pfft. Excuse me. You're not a villager at all. Okay, so if you slept on the peak of the house, you were at least safe. And now I gotta find a bed somewhere. Theoretically. Oh, you're not. Okay, well, how about not do that? It's gonna be dawn. Survive until dawn. Please survive until dawn. You did not survive until dawn. Okay, make your way back here. All the villagers were killed because of you. Which is technically true, just unhelpful. Doesn't matter, there are other villages. So let's go and find where you got killed, and I'll pick up your stuff, which seems to be mostly your stuff seemed to be mostly golden apples. You should be eating that instead of regular food. So you were posting those coordinates. Oh dear. You would be going back to spawn, most likely. Ah, dear me. Oh dear, this is definitely a mess. Don't need this door. Don't need that bow. Or that egg. Or that extra rot flesh. Okay, those are just drops. While I'm waiting for you to get back, I'm going to maybe try to find a bed so that there can be two. You got to make your way back here. Or arguably, I'll simply go to the real destination, because this was not the real destination. This was where you were stuck atop a roof. This is most definitely not where we were trying to go. And there ain't a bed in this town. Oh, for... Go ahead and blow up the thing. Let me type in my target coordinates. This is where I was going. We were going there together, and then what with the lack of the bed and everything like that, that stopped being a thing. So we may have to pass through. If you knew to pick up beds when you were out, I'm going to just eat golden apples. Never mind that steak stuff. There should be rockets back at spawn. I put so many rockets at spawn. Do you know how to make them? Meanwhile, let's see. So that's actually not... $10,240. Yeah, and there we have some sheep. So I'm gonna set it up so that if you can get here, oh, look at all of the stuff that you get from the golden apple. Then we can at least make an extra bed. I don't have a shears, but I have my weapons, and so we're gonna now we've got the 3 white wall. I'm heading to the target. I'm like upwards of 11,000 blocks out and much closer to where we were going. So get rockets, man. $240. Rockets are made by paper and gunpowder. $240. Okay, so that's one of my orientations. And then 11,473, so 11,776 should be this way. I've got sampling, so I can generate... Killing a creeper will get you gunpowder. If you have the arrows from anywhere, that means you'll be able to kill a creeper. They can be found in dark places, and there might be gunpowder in some of those chests. Meanwhile, I'm closing in on the thing, assuming all of my coordinates. It would be a shame if they weren't. Boy howdy, wouldn't it be something if we went to the wrong coordinates this whole time? $40. Yeah, so maybe don't go to the coordinates I gave you because I've got them wrong somehow. So while you're busy doing that, don't even bother coming here, and I'm going to figure out what those coordinates were supposed to be. Because, yeah, that's super not right. I wonder whether maybe one of these need to not be negative. Let's go from -10 to 40 to +10 to 40. I know there was something there. Oops. Okay, I'm actually going to write this down because now I need to go and get all of my stuff that I just lost. This is not one of our red letter days. The fire's still going though. Let's write this sideways. -11794. I was carrying stuff that was useful that I don't want to lose. 10050. So then I'm going to want to get back to there, but at least it shouldn't be despawning. And let's see what we've got here as far as quickly getting back on the road again. I've got snowballs, which is good. Should have that. I don't see arrows. I don't see rockets. Yeah, we need to restock this place. This is not great. I can, however, still use the bottle of enchanting, and a bunch of those things can be had by just going and getting them. That's going to be another thing for this afternoon, is restock spawn. Restock spawn with important basic stuff. And let's restock XP just a little bit. That's more than enough. What do we have stashed away in here? I know I've got there's a lot of stuff here that I can restock with. And it's not necessarily these things, although a nice little elytra might be nice. Oh, here we go, rocket fuel. Gonna want the arrows. Gonna want some zombie flesh. Not sure if I'm bothering with the elytras. Let's grab another stack of golden apples for eating. Those are some more arrows. Good, good. That's some more gunpowder. There should be rockets. There really should be rockets. Could they be here? Nope. Well, in that case, we need paper. See, this is all doable stuff. It's just making it from first principles. There's nothing of use right there. Let's grab a decent pick while we're at it. I'm not so worried about, I'd like to just get back to that place. This is, there's rockets. And because there's rockets, there's lots of rockets, because we can do that. Snowball. Drop your rocket, sir. I need a full stack. By the way, if you can sleep, it would be good. There's my full stack of rockets. This is a good time to sleep, just saying. Very good. And I'm going to immediately eat myself over to spawn and start stuffing spawn with rockets. I've got a full stack, which means I have multiple full stacks in a jiffy. Works a little something like this. And we're going to fill up these crates with rockets, because people seem to have been using them all. Okay, and I'm going to scatter it around. You don't need a stack of rockets to do this stuff. It doesn't consume the rocket. So people taking all the rockets is not awesome. We'll hide some of them there. Some of them there. And then I'm going to immediately book back over to where, and then hide some of them here and here. And again, you don't need lots of rockets. I'm going to put just 5. So lots of rockets at spawn. I'm going to need to make a shulker box full of rockets just for this purpose. And food can go there. I can now go over here where I can dupe some elytras. And then combine them. And some of those elytras, they're random strength when we do this. So even if the one that I made is all worn out, see, that one is in great shape. I'll start with that. I'm not sure there is a trick to go back to base camp, no. Getting killed, you go back to spawn, which is not necessarily what you want. My full attention at the moment is on getting a good elytra again. I might as well put on my armor while I'm at it. What armor I've got, anyway. Still got some more armor in here, so I'll wear that. Respiration thorns, feather falling, and leggings. So having done that, I need another bed. I'm just going to steal that. Carry around a bed with you while I do this because I'm doing a death run. I want to go back and get all of that stuff I dropped, which included a bunch of things I wanted. And once I've successfully done that, I'm going to make another cup of coffee. But first, we have a direction to go. And that direction is make a bunch of scary creepers. Or not. Ooh, well, I got you back home. There are rockets in the chests that spawn. I'm about to use mine. Towards 11. Well, I am going kind of up at a rapid rate. Let's not do that. I should have given myself more XP. I would be going faster. And I'm not sure whether this is being helped by... Oh, I'm at 2,000 already. That's a fifth of the way. I am just yeeting myself in this direction. Sebastian Baran, I am indeed taking plug-in and mixing questions. In some ways, that's the most important thing that I'm doing here. I'm just occupying my attention with this silliness while I'm at it. So shoot, by all means, ask a plug-in mixing question. I should also experiment and find out whether running low latency does an appreciably worse stream quality. Because it is supposed to be worse, I just don't know how much. And I'd be able to have a quicker response to people talking if I was at low latency. I don't think I have to be at ultra low latency. But I've always just done normal latency because I assumed it wasn't really going to be that big of a thing. Let's see. We are getting to the target zone as fast as I possibly can. Gonna need to start coming down now. If I'm using this, I don't get hurt by fall damage. Straight down we go. Let's not land in the lava. That'd be bad. Dear God. Last thing I'd need. So over to 11.7. Eep. Well, I sure have a bunch of cows. $11,794. Gonna be around here somewhere. $100.50. It's $100.60. $7.21. Okay, so not there, but over here. Yay! That's the stuff. That's lots of stuff. So, what don't we need? We don't need a diamond helmet that's worse than this. We don't need a thorns. We don't need the same diamond helmet again. Let's throw all these things in the drink. Don't need golden chest plate. Don't need the worst thorns. I'm confused. Bone. Those diamond boots are better than the ones I'm wearing. That's worse than the stuff I'm wearing. Oh, I was trying to make beds. Don't need the extra. Don't need the pumpkin or jack-o'-lanterns. It's getting dark. Are you able to sleep? Do I use limiters? No, I tend to use clipping. Okay, let's see if we can both sleep. So I don't tend to use limiters per se. I will get out of the sleep in a moment if it proves that that's not something I can do. I'm going to be trying to get back with the stuff that I've got without getting killed again. Very good. Very, very good. That's excellent. So here's the question. I put a bunch of rockets at spawn. You may or may not already have rockets. I've only got one other player who is menu menu QQ. Do we try to find where I thought I was going? That said, it might be a good idea for me to make a cup of coffee. Boy, you get a lot of stuff by doing that. These are powerful foods. I'll tell you what. Let's eat that away. These things are fine to have. I don't really need string. Let's just head back and then maybe I'll try again. Oh, hey, you made it. So this is not where I meant to go. I'm thinking maybe what I meant was minus 11,776 by positive 10,240. Because here's what happened is somebody made a crater. And that would show you, and let's see. That would be this way. Oh, wait. I have something that you can have. Check this out. Use that. You wear it on your back, where a chest plate would be. And then you can fly in a more civilized way. Smoother. And we are going to minus 11,776 by positive 10,240 to see whether that is the correct place. And if it's not, we're going home. I know we made a giant crater. What I don't know is where exactly it was. I feel like I have misplaced that. It's on a previous stream. It's just a question of whether we can even get there. So let's see. And one of the things that I did was I picked up some gunpowder and some sand so that I could demonstrate how that was done, which may or may not be a terrible mistake, but we'll see. So over to facing mostly south. And let's see whether, and that also means that I have the facilities for doing what I was doing over there. Well, you don't necessarily, Sebastian's asking, to control dynamics in individual tracks, should I push volume from purest gain into clip only 2? You don't necessarily want to control dynamics on individual tracks. It's not a given that that's always what you're going to want to do. A lot of my stuff doesn't get controlled dynamics, with some exceptions. Like my drums are going through a Heritage Audio successor, so hardware compressor, although the most recent version of what was it, Pop 2, is something of an imitation of that. But it's not really designed to flatten things in the way that a limiter would. Generally, when I'm compressing things, I'm leaving a lot of transient spike on the front. And that is an important thing. And when you're leaving a big transient spike on the front, you're not controlling dynamics. Not in the sense that you think. You're allowing the dynamics to still be there, but you're controlling sort of the body of the sound as it pokes through. Gone a little bit too far that way. So let's see, bit by bit, whether we can get to the crater that I was looking for. It should be about 1/10 of the way there. Actually, 1/5 of the way there. You know, if the Minecraft gets too annoying, I can switch over and start doing a mixed thing instead. That is always possible. I kind of got my heart set in finding, because I thought I had it written down where the crater was, and I had plans for things that I could do with it, and then all of a sudden it's not there, so I am perturbed and I want to find where this crater was. At the end of a whole stream, we were like, look, this is how we wipe the crater down to bedrock, a flat bedrock, and this is where we clean up the incredible carnage produced by using explosives, full stacks of explosives, which are so destructive that they ruin everything and also immediately kill you. So that also becomes something that people experiment with and try to find out about. They go, well, I want to know if I can successfully set off the full stack of TNT. Oh, gave it away. That being the thing that we use. I will be really interested to know whether that was the thing, whether that was in fact the target. Because if so, I gotta change my notes. What? 240 acquired. And vertical drop using Elytra. And we shall see whether this was the spot. Apparently not. What the hey? Now I'm just getting confused. I know I didn't put that back. So, the hell. $10.0240, so that's $10.04. So could it have been by a... No. This is weird. I never keep secret tips, Sebastian. The way I go about mixing in Console MD, and this is so weird, if anybody can go back to the end of one of the previous streams where we have the giant crater and tell me what the hell those coordinates were, because this is crazy. I'm absolutely not finding where that crater was, although I'm finding some llamas, and that's cool. You see, that's some of the challenge of this kind of thing. Here, let me get flying for home so that I can drop off some of this stuff, and then it won't matter so much whether I've like lost all of the things. I mean, and I can fire a Chromium window up. But yeah, learning how to focus the mid-range peak is everything. But it's also like having working experience with sounds. Oh, Renyu-QQ. Boom. And that means learning where the sounds of things like pick attack in heavy guitars or whatever, learning where that kind of thing might be. It's very doable. But you explore. You learn where the sounds you want are by exploring with them. And like firing up one of your tracks, one of your recordings, and sweeping that peak around, which is normal. It is not like professional mixers. I still remember Tim Gillies, Slipperman. I actually met him once. He was very much a professional mixer in the metal genre, largely. And he would call that kind of thing a fishing expedition. What you do is get your track up and start sweeping a mid-range peak around and hearing what's there. And you don't necessarily want to look for what he called areas of preponderant energy. You'd look for areas of power, not necessarily what becomes loudest. Manu, I'm heading back to base as well. I'm going to head back to base. I'm going to drop offline for a second. Probably get ready to make a cup of coffee because it's getting on past noon now. And I'm going to look at the previous stream to see what it has to show because I'm completely wrong in every choice I've made as far as trying to find where this is. I know what happened. I know it existed, but I don't know. So anyway, fishing expedition is normal. It's normal to go exploring and try to find where the sound you're looking for needs to be. And sweeping a peak around is exactly how that's done. It could be different for different tracks, different songs. It's not always going to be finding the formula and then obeying only the formula. You might want to try other things out. One of the things about Console MD that makes that a little easier to manage is the simplified nature of it. The fact that it is just a mid-range peak and it's got a treble and a bass and stuff like that. I should be getting back to bass soon enough. I am definitely very hungry for my next cup of coffee. The nonsense of all of this has been a little exasperating. Faster. If I'm not careful, I will run into a mountain that materializes out of the clouds. And that would be unfortunate, so we're going to try to avoid that. Faster. I know one thing that Slipperman mentioned as far as one of the tricks that he tried that worked out. And I've replicated this myself. If you have an electric bass, which you may or may not have an electric bass, sweep around your mid-range boost And higher up than you would necessarily do for like the chug of electric guitars, you may find a presence peak that mysteriously makes the bass sound like it has brand new strings on it. And that's a handy thing in its own right. Then you apply as much of... See, here's another thing as far as secret tips and general use for something like Console MD. You may very well be trying to find behaviors, kinds of sound. It's a path. What you want to do for doing mixing is be able to find the kinds of sound that you produce. You do something like use a mid-range boost, and it produces a characteristic. It's a thing like, all of a sudden now, this sounds like newer strings. God, where are we even going here? What you do then is you dial it back until you don't have any of that quality anymore. And then you're probably going to be dialing in enough of it so it has enough of that quality that it's doing what you want, but not so much that it's distracting. Don't use EQ and processing and stuff primarily to make qualities so intense that they are distracting. What's better is to balance stuff out. I wonder whether I have more drops from the mob spawner down here. You don't want to have stuff getting really distracting. Not much in the way of new stuff, sure. Instead, what you want to do is have the quality that's being produced, have enough of it there, but avoid having the end result being distractingly so much of what you're making happen that you're taking away attention from other qualities that you want. I had a looting sword for just this purpose. In case I get a guy in here. A guy in here that has the type of clothing I want. And the looting sword will make it slightly more likely for him to drop it. I bet it's getting dark outside, yep. Hence our issues with this stuff going on. Let's bolt to where the beds are and pass the night. I had taken a bed away from here, so let's put it back. Very good. Now, armor. We'll put armor in there. Maybe we can enchant some of this. That'd be cool. Enchanted iron horse armor would still look pretty. It won't be diamond, but we don't have any diamond armor yet. Once we do, we have all the diamond armor in the world, but we don't have it yet. More golden apples. Never did use the white wool to make that. I wonder whether we've used so much of this that it needs reloading again. Nope, still good. It's getting there though. My hope is to not ever have to fish pieces of shulker boxes out of this system. It's a very good system as it goes. I would like to make another one in another base somewhere. It's so efficient. And then I wanted to put some other stuff back at spawn. Not this though. We can put some more diamonds. We can put some stacks of apples. We could put a couple of used up elytras, as long as we don't run out completely. Not so much torches. But definitely put a bunch of arrows at spawn. That's super useful. Yeah. Boop. So a couple of stacks of arrows for each. Throw in elytra there. I'm wearing mine, although it's getting a little worn out. Elytra and a couple of more stacks of arrows. Extra diamonds. Extra golden apples. Might as well throw those potatoes in there. I keep trying to remember whether there was a method to make iron golems, but I don't think there is. I don't think I have a mechanism for that. Might as well throw those torches in there while we're at it. We cannot generate beds this way, but I can grind more beds. Oh, don't need the stack of diamonds. Oh, hang on. There's ways I can... And that's not the way to do it. We're going to grab all the beds. This, one of the elytras while we're at it. Both of the elytras while we're at it. Really good pickaxe. Food. Rockets and more rockets. And we're going to make some emergency shulker boxes. Heck, while we're at it, let's do shulker perception. Oh, wait, no, we can't put shulker boxes inside shulker boxes. Oops. Well, then all the beds. And burnt out this. Some mossy stone. Really good sword. Really good pick. Really bad Alicia. Yeah, so maybe I should be using mine. Or maybe I should be generating a nicer one and using that. I think that's the most good idea. Please give me an almost new elytra, which I can put into the shulker box. That would be a not that time. How about, oh god, that one's wrecked. It's not useful at all. Oh, I want my coffee. That's not as wrecked. How not wrecked is it? It's still wrecked. Oh. XP bottles, that would be good. Let's yeet these out of here along with the shulker boxes because they're going to be scattered about like crazy and they're going to contain vital useful things. And then we will not run out. We won't run out of stuff at spawn. That looks like it might be a little... Nope. Oh no. That's in good shape. Can I do better? That's not so bad. I'm going to make multiple elytras and put them in the box. That looks used up. No, I speak too soon. That's not nearly as used up. Okay, I've got enough for 2 working elytras. And I do not have the rocket on top of that anymore. Okay, well, let's just walk there. Could put another stack of snowballs in, too. Okay, that guy, don't hit him. And now I should be able to repair the elytras and put them into the shulker box of wonder. Oh, hi, I'm trying to use that. $38. So I gotta go and play with the machine again. Hey, Lucky Floppy. Hey. So back over here, that is Protection, Unbreaking, and Thorns book. Okay. And now I should have enough XP to make a second elytra. And Silk Touch. We'll stash those there for now. And I gotta run back to, oh god, we probably can't all sleep. I don't even have my rockets on me. Okay, so this is where things get dicey. Let's get set up over here and do the thing. Mr. 4 HP or 4 XP. I barely have enough magic to be able to fire an arrow to protect myself. Not that one. This one. 2 Godot mortal bottles of enchanting. And sand. I'll set you up with them. Just a moment. And rather than grind, we're going to take that down. That's all the things we need. Yes, yes. And I need that. And I needed that over that. There. Now we're going to have spawn all set. We're not going to be running out of stuff too suddenly. This is Snowball in action. I don't know why they're being placed so high up there. We go, and then for good measure, let's just make some be in random places, like there. So if anybody wonders, here's the spawn of infinity. We got enough stuff. And I place this down manually. And then grab all of my stuff back out of it. Oh, red bed? Why are they red? Weird. Oh, do I not? I've got food in here. Golden apples count as food. Let's have a new one of those. That there. Don't need the bottle of enchanting. Oh, you're getting real food. That sounds like a really good idea. I'd kind of like to do that too. One of the elytras. See, I don't honestly need all the things from here. Oh. Hello. Well, those are white beds. Why is this other one not? Weird. And let's put down our row of beds and then use them. Here we go. We'll put the red beds in here. Interesting structure being made here, which I'm sure was by accident. My power is very weak for now. Until, that is, I start charging up and then go and make coffee while that machine grinds, which is absolutely not what I'm going to do. Never mind. Not going to go there. But we've done a wonderful job of stocking up spawn for people to show up. And damn, look at that. Those are all used up already? Well, there's a thing. We know what to do about that. Get one of the ones that is full and replace our missing things. This wonderful machine of ours. Remembering not to use the zombie one that time. There we go. Off and running. I should place one up. Well, I can't place one up here, can I? I can do a little stack of them. That one's partially empty, so if I do this, and then I do this, and these guys can no longer be used. Much like that. I've definitely got a horse around here somewhere. I just don't know where. Boop, boop, boop. And I think it's high time for me to do a little pit stop and make my cup of coffee. It's our wonderful analog timer. Oh, and throw another log in the fire. It's winter, why not? We'll play Minecraft background music while I do that. So back in a bit. I'll get back with you in a moment, Sebastian. I see your question. So that's low-pass solutions that work with the console. Low-pass. Specifically low-pass is what you mean, huh? You could try variations on like X low-pass or Z low-pass. Those are modeled after analog devices. There's a bunch of different low-pass. That's the interesting thing, is I am puzzled a little bit because it's like, you must be looking for some pretty dark sounds or bassiness or something like that. Okay, back in a bit, making a little more of my coffee. What's this? Coffee. It says a coffee grinder. It's for making espresso. And hey, all set without even running out the whole hourglass with my espresso. And the fire going again. Do I use any calibration software for headphones? No. My take on monitoring, apart from using the plug-in monitoring, which is useful and shows you many things, is high-resolution amplifiers. I'm using Class B amplifiers for power amps. and simple, high-quality transducers, which can mean the Yamaha NS10s that I use. Those count as high quality in certain ways. People behave as if like, oh, they're bad quality, but no. Same with those little oratones and things. Not so much avatones. I'd like to say so, but those are hard to mix on. But the thing about it is simpler drivers will give you a purer picture of what the mid-range is doing, and that can be really important. So now as far as, bear in mind as far as all of this flat response stuff, all of those things, part of the deal there is that they're never considering time domain performance. And time domain performance is the whole thing with regards to whether, NS10s are good or not, and so on. Time domain performance is the main thing NS10s have going on. Oh God, I forgot. Well, I'm in a safe enough place. Why don't I just... I'll check. Actually, why don't I just go on main cam, and then I'll check. I'll go to live. There's one that's currently going. There's several of these. They all run 8 hours. That one was a brief little blip, apparently. Weird. I'll delete it. No 47-second videos. I'm not talking about time alignment. I'll get back to you in a moment on that. So could it have been the first or the second? Let's load up both of those things. Probably wasn't the most recent one. So here's our video link. You let it run out. Going up first. Go. I'm scanning my way through. Yeah, it wasn't this one. Don't think it was. So was it this one? That's me flying back home. Did I put it on? We're hearing so much going on. Some of these have been around for long enough that I can scan through them. That one's me. Well, let's keep some torches around. That's me building the stable. Blocks. So maybe not so much. So it wouldn't have been the very last one, would it? Those two are the same. I'm going to try to find this. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to find this.
Very good.
What I need is over here. We're going to have a lot of random chatter.
Yeah, a little more in the way of...
So I know it was at the end.
That's going to take a while, man.
Lots of me chattering.
Okay, don't use any magic here.
What I have
is nowhere to be found.
What
I would have thought it would be there.
is the spot?
Everything else I'm carrying. Big and strong.
I feel so certain that it was at the end of a stream,
And then
which I'm not.
make it again. I don't look at my horses, which are amazing. Okay, now we're
This is one way of tuning your playback system, by the way, is like record yourself at listening position and then keep playing it back through the speakers, and it will start overwhelming the sound of everything.
for long.
Ah, got
Any
there.
diamonds?
This one. So, oh, it's not nearly where I thought it was. Well, it's not 10,000 at all. It's minus 3,000. That's not correct at all. Minus 3314. And as I thought, positive 3,064. Okay. We are back in action. Ooh, streamingception. Look, it's chat. Bayer can be pretty good. Bayer and Sennheiser are good. But yeah, when I talk about time domain stuff, I don't mean time alignment. I mean the way in which the stuff sustains itself. Speakers resonate like rooms. They persist. By the way, Manu, this is a time that we can go and see the crater. What have I got on me? We'll have that ready to dupe. I think I carefully avoided having certain kinds of things kicking around randomly. And that seems legit. That's not by accident. Speaking of which, let me just take that. Let me just take this. So if you want to see what nuking is, follow me. I got my Elytra and stuff on. And we're going to go to minus 3,000 and 3,000. Not 10,000, 3,000. Although I feel like I should amp up a little bit with XPY so that I can fly better. That should be more than enough. All set. And minus 3,000 and 3,000, we said. So, yep. Southwest. Southwest will get you there very quickly. See, the thing with the NS10 that is so good is that it's got this like cheesy little cone that's a conical shape rather than a tapered shape, and it's made of very light paper. Almost all the sound goes through it. Only the highs go to the tweeter, and the tweeter is also very light. So what ends up happening is that sound going into the speaker, it'll make a loud sound rather quickly, and then the resonances of everything die away really fast by normal speaker standards. It is a sealed box, meaning that at the size that it is, it's not going to produce a lot of bass, but the sealed box rolls off at, I'm pretty sure it's 6 dB up per octave instead of 12. And what bass it is able to produce in its pathetic little way is much faster because it is not a bass reflex calculation. So many speakers are using bass reflex to generate their lows. And it's not the best of ideas. It'll make sound, but it also makes it more difficult to mix on because it's blurring things and confusing them. And here we are at 3029. Let's find our way over to where the true horror begins. And it's not there. That doesn't count. That's not the thing of which I speak. The speakers I'm talking about are going to be Yamaha NS10s. Specifically, original Yamaha NS10s. Okay, my new QQ is here. So I am proceeding to attempt to get my butt to where I know this terrifying... Up, you're in the crater. Good, good, good. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, the classic. A lot of that is just down to the choices that are made. It's not that there is this particular magic thing about them where other things can't have that. It's that it is a conical-shaped light paper speaker with a simple crossover that's pretty high, so it goes up quite brightly. And meanwhile, I'm trying to find this damn crater. The heck? Oh, 33. I know what I'm doing. And I did not bring a bed. I feel so clever. There's 3314. And I need to go this way to get to it. Yep, I'm at positive 3200. So it's amazing how in a game this big, even something that insane still is kind of limited in size. I'm at the outskirts of the crater. Got there. So this is what Snowball nuking can do. Now I can let you play with this technology, but then I'll have to run away very fast. It is. I didn't bring a bed. I'm very clever, clearly. Did you bring a bed? You have one bed. Give me it, then we'll have two. I'll make a dupe. Already. Or you can duplicate it if you like. No. All right. And two beds. Now you have one bed and I have one bed. Awesome. So yeah, Here. This is the secret. I put it over here. If you continue watching me, you will eventually see the thing to which I refer. That is it. Looks harmless, doesn't it? It's a TNT block. I honestly would say that the NS10s are very impressive too, but I've been building speakers for a long time. Like I said, I had been exploring the idea of designing some speakers, and I've got some notes on that. I think we are apparently, are we nervous about going and picking up the TNT? It ain't going to blow up just from picking it up. And I only gave you one. See, if you have one TNT, does this. That's one TNT. Oh, slimes. That's not doing that much, right? Here you go. One TNT. I'm going to go and get some slime because you can do also crazy things with slimes in Snowball. So a Snowball TNT is the thing that you do, but only one of them is not going to do this. Oh yeah, the room is a very big factor. What I've got here is 5 TNT. As you can see, that's starting to clear. The stone. However, that explosion is bigger. I have also got on me a stack of 64 TNT. I am not going to demonstrate that. And that's not how we get rid of the making this flat floor is a completely different situation. Making the flat floor is a pickaxe snowball. The pickaxe snowball does this. It clears the space. The kind of pickaxe determines how big of a space will be cleared. It will not hurt you personally, but it will nuke all of that stuff and make it go away. Which also means I could fly up to somewhere on top of here, and let's be more careful about this, and do the same pickaxe. Well, actually, no, that's going to make us fall down. Like this. Pickaxe snowball. But it made this space in this shape. Pickaxe. You step down bit by bit. Kind of like spleefing. Or indeed fall through. And then getting back to the ow. Okay, I'm at half a heart. I need to eat some foods. I was too close to that explosion. See, there's the problem with the explosions. You can do the explosions, but then they can do you. Wait. So that said, You know how to duplicate things. Where are you? You're here. I'm going to scoot over to here. So you know how to duplicate things. And you have 1 TNT. Here are 7 more TNT. I'm going to go away now. Yes, they are. They are unique to the Snowball mod. And this is me getting out of Dodge. So, QQ, you are now in the testing area for learning how to make explosions. There's not much going on near that crater that you can do any harm to. You are free to blow up whatever you might like. I would ask that you not blow up things in other places. These are the risks we run. But yeah, our giant crater at -3,000 and +3,000 is the place to learn to experiment with those things. And I'm going to put that in my ender chest, honestly. Oh, your sons wouldn't know how to do that either. It's a snowball only mechanic. You put the TNT over the snowball in your inventory, and then it will make something go boom at the end of what you aimed the snowball at. Very boom. And here the thing is, I gave you only 8 of them because it's not going to be too punishing. Add only 8 of them. But you probably have the capacity to duplicate stuff using the snowball's mechanics. So if you want to make a full stack of them, you could probably do it there with what you've got on you. If you have only 8 of them and you make it blow up far away from you, you're probably okay. If not, do like 2 or 3 or something like that. That's the thing with the TNT snowballs is they are not your friend. And I'm more or less hoping people don't get into the habit of like being like, oh, look at this crazy mod. We can go in here and start blowing everybody up. Because one of the handy things about that, oh, hey, doggies. I'm not going to tell you. You know that you can make... Oh. Look at who's mad at the sheep. Well, that got me another wool anyway. You know you can duplicate stuff using the skeletons or zombies. In fact, I think I saw you doing that earlier and made a whole bunch of those things. You might not have clued into the fact that they were carrying stuff. And that's the foundational mechanic of this whole mod. If you do it with AT&T over a snowball and the snowball lands far enough away, you probably won't die. If you just shoot it at your own feet, you will absolutely blow yourself up and lose everything you've got. And start back over at spawn, where we have lots of shulker boxes with all the things you need. So that's the thing. I have just shown somebody who is like, oh, my son helped me, with some of the most destructive mechanics I have in this mod. So I'm being cagey about explaining every little detail. Like, it used to be worse. We used to have multiplier snowballs. We used to have stuff going on so fiercely that it was possible to misclick and like nuke everything in your vicinity and yourself and everything around you for chunks and chunks of space. I took out the multiplier snowballs because combined with everything else, they were just too much. Like that, the crater that you're in. And by the way, I will happily sleep for you. Might just be a thing you want to do. I duplicated a bed back there. Oh, was it? Okay. By the way, I'm sleeping, so if you have access to your bed, you can pass the night. If not, I will have to move on. Ah, very good. Sir, this is an Arby's. Just fed a bunch of rotten flesh to dogs, so there's that. This is actually kind of a nice little area, though I am not quite sure where I am. Oh, I know where I am. Over here is the village, with plenty of useful things. And that means over this way, interesting, should be my horses and our home base. Kitty. Maybe I should use a cylinder in there. Though another thing I could do is try again to get some of my large wall builders. These various things that I have and am seeking to... Oh, look at that. Okay, if the server crashes, then that means that you use too much. Let me know if you survived. What else might I want to... Anything I want to duplicate? Not really. We are just trying to... Oh, I can think of something would be nice to duplicate. Let's have a little more slime. I've got one slime. In theory, if you put TNT above the snowball and fire the snowball, there will be a boom. That's how I made it happen. I mean, this is not the kind of thing that you'd want to have go wrong, so arguably, if nothing's exploding, you're probably in luck. Oh, hello. I see dude with chainmail. We're going to use the looting sword. Oh! Okay, you figured out how to use it. There you go. Lesson acquired. And the server didn't crash either, so he must not have duplicated too many of them. Yep. What the heck was that? Okay, I just did a weird thing. How do you turn off the stinking... That's annoying. Escape. Okay. Meanwhile, we have not dropped it. You didn't know duplicating? Yeah, C8 is already enough to be dangerous. There we go. I don't know anything about the Key 3 speakers, by the way. Thing that came up in chat. Right now, I'm just generating some more in the way of... Oh, maybe not. Yep, see, there you go. That's it in a nutshell. These low-level guys don't stand up to high-powered shots very well. Either way, I also have other stuff to do, which I could be doing instead of derping around in Minecraft. I am in the process of doing another EQ. And I'm kind of looking forward to how that's going to work out. Oh, by the way, 1 minute warning for some ads showing up. It thinks it's going to do that, and it very well might. I'm not stopping it. Nope. There is no TNT in the base. Do you want another 8? I gave you another 8. I left out TNT in those spawn things on purpose. Here, I'll give you another 8. But to blow it up, you should go back to a place like the crater place. Because all of this could become a lot more depressing if we can't have anything or build anything and everything just gets blown up. That would become just kind of annoying. That is a risk that we run. There's worse than the TNT that we could be playing with. That said, I do like pursuing ideas and things. There's a number of ideas I have in mind. Oh, I do. I'm just not putting it anywhere. Good. Don't. Yeah, settle with the 8 for now, and also work on. I will also give you the technologies for duplicating. You have arrows, I assume. If you don't have arrows, here you go. And this is a way that you can duplicate stuff and work on those mechanics. Not only that, oh yeah, go down there and get those things. And then there's some slime. That should keep you occupied and causing trouble. Meanwhile, I'm still working on a project here. And we'll see how that goes. Did you get the things? You did get the things. Yep, so there is that. So yeah, those are 8. Well, your kid had large numbers of zombies chasing you, or him. First, be aware that you have the arrow over the snowball for defending yourself against these things, and firework over the snowball for getting the heck out of dodge. After you've got that sorted out, rotten flesh over the snowball will make you generate a mob. And it will be carrying what is in the first slot. And that's how we duplicate things. I see chainmail. That's what I wanted to see. The question is, will that even work? More boots. Boots I can't use. Right, try those things in a safer place. But it's a Minecraft world. There's lots of space. I would advise just going out southwest for experiments like that. We can just all focus on the idea of minus 3,000 and plus 3,000 as a good place to try explodey things and problematic scenarios. Already off. Good. I can. Just a moment. Oh, but not here I can't. Just a moment. Done. I am also going to generate another one so that I can put one right here. There we go. Now a permanently installed bed. Good place. Done. There, I can now sleep whenever I need to. Yeah, that's the whole deal with this mechanic. It's all about generating this kind of thing. Oh, carrot. And a lot of this I don't think I need more of. I can neatly make sure that I have multiple full stacks though. Ow. Buddy. Those mini guys, man. Come right at you. Baby zombies get right at you. No. No. Be at minus 3,000 and 3,000. Also, you will crash our server. It will most definitely not be good. Okay. Chain and chain. We keep not seeing useful things. I wonder whether maybe I'd like to put sort of a window in here. I could do. Got some dark glass. And I had dark stairs around here somewhere. Apparently not. And we can make it with nether brick slabs. That'll work. Yeah, I will know if you did the 64 stack because you will blow up, you will lose everything, and the server may crash. Fair. We will see whether the server simply crashes. Why can't I place that there? Oh, that's what I thought might happen. So, experiment conducted. Oh, somebody has a thorns armor. Ha. Ha. I win. This is one of the things. Well, no, is it? No, it's not, is it? Damn it. That's cool, but it's not one of the things I needed. Well, nothing to it but to keep trying. And let's decorate. Got our lovely communal zombie grinder. got one torch. We can probably do okay by putting it way up here. There we go. And we have not a half slot. I had something for this, didn't I? Where'd it go? Did I put it in the... No. I can put that in there. Yeah, damn it, it's hats and chest plates are the things that interest me here. Well, nothing to it but to keep going. If anything blows up there, all the glass will go, and then we'll be in a world of harm. Yeah, I had half slabs. Right down here. Half slabs. So I must put them in the lower part of the chest. So often do that. So a little TNT, white wool, cobblestone, glass goes back. Don't need to be carrying that. I'm carrying this on me until I can put it into my... I did. I put it down here. It's like, let's put it in my inventory. So this, instead of the stairs, will open up my range a little bit. Actually, can't I go to the side a little bit? Let's make two. Two. Oh heck, let's just bring them all. We'll do stuff with this. That's where we were going. And cobble? No cobble. Now we've got a much easier target practice. They still can't get out. There we go. That looks almost nice. That off. Another slab there. Sure, just a moment. Just a moment on it. Boop. Done. Nothing if not cooperative. I do not like the swirlies that obscure my vision so much when I'm doing this. Do not like that as much. Oh, there's a cobble. Ah, very good. That is a good place to do such experiments. Again, if you crash the machine, as long as I'm still playing, we can restart it. If you want to do experiments with full stacks of TNT, that's an appropriate place to do it. And you've seen, that's actually not a single full stack of TNT that you saw there. The crater is the result of multiple, like a fast clicker mod that Laquispo, I think, had. Excuse me. Yeah, that was actually not my crater. It's not my crater at all. It was Laquispo's. I have not actually done any blowing up of TNT yet. It's not as much in my lines of interests. Although I acknowledge it is very interesting in its own right. I am now speculating on what I might want to do around further developing this. Because we can do that. Nope, I'm not going to. I don't have the clicker thing that Laquispo had. There's a player with a mod for the client that was able to do like super insane fast clicking. And so if you do that with the arrows, you're going only even more so. And he did it with TNT. And that's what caused that crater. Was just and blew up, by the way. Did not survive that experiment. But it was some process of just firing a huge, massive quantity of 64 stack snowballs down. And that's what caused that. It is a spectacular looking thing, I must admit. Up. Whatever that was, that didn't work. Aren't you glad we set up the base with all of those shulker boxes with all the good things in them? Shall I? Yes, trying to swim in lava so often doesn't work out. Good morning, Uwutrazio. Hope things are going well. Things are going okay here, but I'm still trying to get particular drops. Hello. Actually, I'm going to go and drop... I am going to make a little visit to a thing. This thing. Let's have the clock. And that goes in there. Up. And that because you know, if you use a slime ball, you're going to get a slime. And not a small one. And that's now an injured slime. And that's now smaller ones who are thankfully, I don't know why they fell in there, but it's handy. So there's your problem. When you have a high level, you generate slimes that are excessively large. And remembering, of course, that you don't actually have to do that in order to get more slime. You can simply duplicate stacks. Oh, kitty, don't get hurt by the slimes. So we'll put that back. And return to trying to get hats and chest plates, because that's one of the things that we can do, and I'd like to have the technology, even if it is somewhat destructive. Yep. Back down we go. So in the same light, we don't actually need that. Oh, I suppose I can carry it around. Let's grab some of these things up. And we're going to see about maybe grinding up some rare zombie drops. We've gotten boots and we've gotten pants. Those don't do anything with the snowball stuff I'm thinking about. But the day is young. Part of the way that this mod works is the weirder things are kind of hidden beneath inaccessible blocks. Like, unless you just cheat it in or something like that, which of course is always possible, you can't just get like a chainmail hat. But the chainmail hat is the largest size for the shell snowball. Don't like you. And the chainmail chest plate is the largest cylinder for the cylinder snowball. And as such, I'm sure something else will materialize here momentarily. Like, when you hear what I'm carefully aiming, not that direction, but this direction, because I don't want to clip you by mistake. And let's go out and I'm going to show chat what I'm talking about. Although sleeping might also be good. Yeah, I mentioned how I am working on a speaker design idea. Just this. Very good. And now I am going to go and show you the thing I was talking about. See that house? This is where my horses are. They are amazing, but I didn't build that block by block. I built that with one snowball, which was using I believe it was golden chest plate. And the chest plate makes a cylinder, and it made that much a cylinder, and on top of the chest plate was another block, which means you could also do terrible things like set up giant TNT things in a shape like this. And of course there's always various ways of things going terribly, terribly wrong. Or I could have made it out of hay. Any block should work. Hey, you found the horse. You can keep that horse. It is amazing. I'm going to get out of the way. Getting run over by the horse. Here, I'm going to go and open the door and let our friend out. You can come out this door. It'll let you come out the door. This is probably going to end in tears, but that's fine. And out we go. I'm going to close the door so the other horses don't get away. And I'm going to go back to grinding other things. That is indeed the Weeble reference. And the horses are indeed amazing, but it is, of course, a Weeble reference, yes. Oh, why don't I take a moment and generate some more chain leggings? They'll be all different sizes, and then we can have lots of chain pants for people who would like chain pants. Oh, you, however, diamond sword. I want that guy to drop that chest piece. Dude, seriously. There's more chain leggings. One of them's in beautiful condition. We're going to grind some of these. We're going to make chain leggings. So QQ, you can have as many horses as you like if you enjoy that. That is absolutely something that you can have. There'll be fire protection boots, but I wouldn't want all the chain boots to be fire protection, so let's not do that. But we are absolutely going to grind some more chain leggings, by God. That seems like it would be fun. I should get some anvils down here. Yeah, I made it to experience level 45. Let's go and make some beautiful new chain leggings. Sir? Am I on fire? I'm on fire. But I had fire resistance, so it didn't matter. Let's go and make some beautiful chainmail leggings. I keep hearing a horse around here. Almost new becomes new. Very cheap, very cheap. Also becomes new. This is taking a little longer, but it'll get there. So much for that anvil. I was going to put an anvil down, so let's put an anvil down. And here we got some beautiful chain earrings. Here, have some pants. You make TNT by combining gunpowder from creepers and sand. That's basic Minecraft. Minecraft is normal and has some of those things. Like, my mod doesn't mean that the mod includes the TNT. I will give you some gunpowder. Gunpowder and sand make TNT. Gunpowder also makes creepers. And sand is out there in the world. Oh, and I'm down to 2 XP. Let's fix that. To 38 to 40 in very few seconds. Thank you, Snowball. See, now the QQ is learning to experiment with some of these things. Now I have to be careful, because stuff could be all blowing up and stuff. He was carrying a sword, or something much like one. Maybe it was just, no, I guess it was a shovel, wasn't it? Itty bitty guy carrying a shovel. I have a much better shovel than that. While we're at it, let's redecorate. Ooh, here's a thought. I've got this. I've got an iron ingot. And we can place some shovels and things. Or anvils and things, rather. So let's put some anvils in here. We'll put a decorative stack. Oh, hi. Look at you, Mr. Chainmail. You gonna drop that for me? I got looting. Be a sport. And he did not. But let's see if we can strip this enchantment off of these boots. That does not strip the enchantment off of them. Well, in that case, I don't want them. But I will repair them a little bit, just in case anybody else does. Oh, wait, no. No, the way of fixing them was to do it in your inventory if you want to strip the enchant off. That's right. Yeah, so the way this stuff has been going is this morning I was working on my speaker design idea. I'm very interested in whether I can get anywhere with that, although it takes things into a place where it's no longer the open source software stuff that I do. Like if I'm able to build hardware or devices, and it's not the only time I've tried to do things like that. Like as a quick to bounce over to show and tell. Got my speaker design idea, and I've come up with a way of building mechanical. Oh, that sounds like a small guy. Up, and somebody says sleep. Just a moment. Will do. Got it. Took care of that little guy. So yeah, like I'm working on ways of constructing things where I'm making hardware. This could be a sort of strange synthesizer-like device that somewhat Eurorack-looking way of designing it. And I'm figuring out how to get that kind of stuff working. But that can't be. See, the thing with that is that can't be a freebie thing in the way that the plugins are. Like I can distribute plugins, and they're free open source software. They can be freely downloaded. But it's not nearly as easy to download hardware, and that becomes a concern. Plus, it would be, I've always paid attention to a Seat Lombard. Seat Lombard, of course, is that is a random bed in the middle of a field. Seat Lombard is the guy who was making strange synthesizers based on CMOS circuitry, and he's really got his own style going on with it. Now, I figure I've been designing speakers for longer than I've been designing plugins for this. I started out. The reason it's Airwindows is because the speaker is your window onto the sound, and I was going to start out being speakers. This little note just happens to be an idea for, hopefully, a new kind of speaker. Somebody was mentioning cardioid down to 50 hertz. Sebastian Buren talking about Kai 3 speakers. I don't know anything about those. But the polar response, first of all, you can't really do cardioid. Like a bidirectional speaker, like a figure 8, is as close as you're going to get to a controlled polar response at low frequencies. But thing is, If you design in an omnidirectional way, you get bass to fill in more effectively. You might very well want omni speakers for low frequencies. The speakers that I've got currently as subs are down on the floor, and so they're coupling to the floor, and that is increasing the ability of the lows to come through. You can have even more intense driving of the space by tucking your subwoofers in a corner or something like that. It'll absolutely start generating extraordinary amounts of low-end energy, which is not necessarily always what you want, because you might have neighbors that don't like you having low frequencies be that powerful. But, I don't. Not at this time, certainly. Never did figure out how to... Oh dear. No, do not come at me. Golden enchants. Golden enchants, not enchanted. I don't like them guys coming at me. So let's do a quick experiment. Can we? Yes, we can. Okay, so all I need is another pair of boots that are not enchanted, and I'll be able to wipe the enchants off of that. Ollie, oh, so you want a mono to stereo flip timer, huh? That's not impossible. I think I maybe would want somebody else to ask for it. Otherwise, some week it'll just be like, hi, I've got this thing in case you wanted to do the thing. But that's not impossible. I'm not putting that. Well, you'd have to put it on, at which point you might as well just switch over to mono in your version of monitoring, which has that available as one of the things you can do. No, having that as an automatically flip thing, I gotta say, I'm not enthusiastic about that one, to be fair. I'm not as thrilled with that idea. Let's quickly run out here and plant a tree. An interesting, cool kind of tree. And then another couple of ones around here for good measure. And that's all the dark oak I'm carrying. Back to our grind. See, the trouble with the idea of having that as like, you should run this so that you don't forget to check mono compatibility, is that it's too unusual of a task doing something like that. I should put a lava bucket disposal thing in here. Here we are waiting for monsters. Oh. I'll tuck that in there, and then let's generate some more chain leggings. That little guy looked like he had some kind of stick on him. And I bet I can strip these. I don't have to wait for another one to show up. I'll just make some more. And the thing is, those are all going to be enchanted, but if I combine them in my inventory, they will all lose their enchantments. Let's test that assumption. Bingo. Don't even need to use an anvil. For this kind of high fashion stuff, we're fine just like this. Look at that. Beautiful new chain boots. I hear you. We're going to collect up a bunch of useful things. Seeds not being one of them. Nor carrots. You got to be careful about automating things. It's really tricky. I could consolidate these down too, I suppose. Yeah, let's get rid of some of these things. While I wait for more monsters to attack. I probably could come up with a way of preventing even the little baby guys from getting through. In fact, I most certainly can. I bet I can figure that out. Just a minute. If... Oh, but not there. Oh, I've made a mistake. No matter. There. Now then babies can't get through. Let's test that assumption. My neck starts bothering me after enough of this stuff. I had to change the camera around to make sure that I wasn't craning to be able to see. Now, booties. Let's consolidate this down into smaller number of booties and smaller numbers of pants. Once I'm finished, I'll just put them back. There's some golden pants. There's a bunch of zombies. There's a fine and dandy golden chest plate. And another one that needs work. And so these things can go down in here. Don't need that. Up. Here's her test. Baby zombie, can you get through? I know you want to. You cannot. We have now made this a safe thing. Even the baby zombie can't get through. Now let's see whether we can safely... Yes. More boots. If you are really in love with the idea, I'll do it for you. Not necessarily right away. I've got stuff. It's not the only thing in the... But I will write up a note for myself. Says LR flip, but mono stereo. Yep, sure. Just a moment. Just a moment. I'm on it. There you go. There. So I have made a note to make that plugin because there's somebody who is that interested in it. Again, don't expect it right away. Yeah, you were very in love with the idea. Well, I mean, I made the LR flip thing for somebody, so there's nothing so unusual about that. Oh, look at all these chain boots. Yay. Some nice clean chain boots. And some more. One of those guys dropped a feather. Yeah, that is something that we can... Oh, menu. Explain, clearly experimenting with the explosions again. So this is Snowball in action, all right. I can have all the boots and leggings I want, but until I get one chest plate, I can't have any of them. Once I have a chest plate or a hat, I can have all the chest plates and hats I want. And none of these things are the things with the functionality. All of this is still just decorative. Like, I'll grab these all up, I'll combine them. I'll grab the iron ingot and use that in the process. And it'll work, but none of this has gameplay value. None of this will do anything. Oh, neatly done. So let's return to the pants. You may certainly do that if you want, Ollie. You don't have to. It's appreciated. It's one of the things that lets me relax and not have to worry about things on a day-by-day basis. The fact that people will do that. I'm wondering whether I should combine some of these leather things as well. One thing at a time, though. Oh, hello. It's an elytra. Okay, time enough, I guess, to get out of the way. Repair up some pants. Actually, I can grind through stuff like this too. And I suppose this is in time that I can go and put stuff in a base of some kind. Like this one with the cylinder, which is the kind of thing I'm going to be trying to do once I get the chain stuff I want. So let's throw a bunch of boots and leggings in here. And we're just going to collect that up. And we don't need those things. And I'm certainly not going to need the gunpowder. Might or might not need another brick slab at the moment. Horse, you're very excited. Somebody wants to show how amazing they are. A horse is amazing, amazing, amazing. Very good. I'm out of here. Hey! The big old tree grew. It's one of the things I was planting. I've got some other trees ready to grow, but that one grew. New drops? Nope. Some of this stuff has its functionality, even in depleted form. But it doesn't have gameplay functionality unless it's the chest plate or the helmet. The helmet is the spheres, and the chest plate is the cylinders, like you just saw. And that is a fun, interesting way of doing elaborate things in this game. Now let's make some pairs of pants. Really going to need to make a disposal of some kind. There we are. Another new pair of chain pants. And another new pair of chain pants. Oh, anyway. Maybe something that might be good is to clear this out a little bit by dumping that in my inventory and then throwing it somewhere. So despawn all your stuff. Do not want. That's all I need. 1. Here's a thought. It's getting on towards 3. I could probably make 1 more coffee and not be too unreasonable. Why don't I do that and just let this stuff build up? We'll see how many zombies are kicking around here by the time I get back. 1 more cup of coffee. See, I am being protected. Although, in all honesty, they can't actually get at me now. I've got it blocked away by a half slab, so I'm quite safe. Alrighty. And here we are with my other cup of coffee, and we're going to see what on earth is going on here while I've been away. I was actually thinking in terms of letting them all pile up in great profusion, but that wouldn't actually work the way I would have thought, because there would be too many zombies for them to accumulate in great quantity. So that is actually something that wouldn't happen, that wouldn't work. I assume we have not had any further... I'm not carrying any boots. I think I must have put them away. This is actually a safe... see? Baby, but he can't get through. Can't get through. I see a visual issue. Solved thus. Oh, here's a funny thought. I wonder if this will fall. Yup, it will. Isn't that cute? Bada bing. That was falling anvils. Nope. I am gathering armor from them. For instance, here's some armor, and if I combine this stuff, I can get slightly repaired stuff. And eventually you wind up having like new armor. So it goes kind of like that. And I've got a few more pairs of pants. Oh, and I think it is bedtime. I'm not sure if you get zombie heads from the 1.12 version. I feel like maybe, well, some of it can be worn, like the feet and the pants, and then some of it is used for further Snowball shenanigans. But that is for later when I can demonstrate it. I don't honestly have a multiple player zombie grinder there, so I'll just have to leave that. It's funny, the last time I was playing Minecraft like 10 years ago, it was still that way. There's this real tendency for... Oh, and we don't need the bottles of... Well, we can have that in there anyway. Just in case. Oh! I can make some more boots. There's this real tendency for people playing to be like, I am at your service, let me do the thing that you want. And of course, the trick with Minecraft is figuring out stuff that you'd like to see happen and building that. And the game is the doing a new thing and figuring something out and doing it. So it's this fascinating combination. Let me put these in order. It's this fascinating combination of how things are done and your availabilities and abilities to do stuff. Like I could take that shears and like maybe an axe, and go around and just like deforest areas. All these woods there, I could make them be just sticks sticking up into the air or just flat terrain. I can also mow the lawn with shears. I can go through and fill in some of these spaces. I could figure out something amusing to do with this place. I feel like I should let this cat out. Let's do that. If I make a space for the cat to get out, the cat will rush up and get out. And I would like that, so we're going to do that. Poor kitty trapped in this hole. We don't want that, do we? Oh, that didn't work. That did. Kitty is not scared of me, but Kitty is not behaving in a particularly useful way. Why don't you come this way? Oh, menu. So this is going to be your way out when you decide to not run into the wall. This way. Whenever you're ready. We're just twirling. Katie is just twirling at the moment. I could dig a hole. If Kitty wants to go that way so badly, well then. Now this means that the space down here is clear again. I shall return to my jam after placing a couple of anvils up here. Hi guys. Wall of anvil. For some reason I have a bunch of beds. Maybe I'll duplicate some clocks. Shall we have a bunch of clocks around? Let's have a bunch of clocks around. Oh, they stack. Nice. Let's have a bunch of clock stacks. Here we go. Stacks of clocks coming. God, excuse me. We're sure to have a stack of clocks now. Yeah, I've been working on a new filter, and that's going to be kind of exciting. It is hole 2, and I've currently got it to where I'm going to start doing the VST version of it and get ready to put it into action. Oh, I forget whether I can place an anvil. Oh, hello, Mr. Chainmail. Hello, more Mr. Chainmails. Oh, are we going to drop the things I want? Drop your clothings. Drop it. Drop it. Did we? We've got a chest plate. Yes. Hell yeah. Which means we're going to have lots of chest plates. Meanwhile, more clocks. I might as well use the iron nugget to fix the chest plate. Oh, we can't? Okay. I bet I can with an anvil. Almost as good as new. That said, I don't really need to do that anymore. All we need is the helmet. But this is going to be to awesomeness. First of all, we're going to make them brand new chest plates by combining them in my inventory, but then we'll demonstrate what that even does. Oh god, this one's wearing one too. It caught it before it fell into the... There we go. So you guys build up for a while I busy myself thusly. Brand new chest plate. Getting better in a hurry. Oh yeah, just a moment. I'm on it. Up, 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 over, over, and done. There you go. And more delicious chest plates. This is going to take a while to be fixed. That's what we do. And let's make more. While we're at it, let's stash some golden apples here so that people who are grinding, if they have any trouble or if they need to get better, they can do that. Yep, they start putting on the chest plates while they're at it. One dies, drops a chest plate, and then another one grabs it and puts it on over its other armor. Amazing. So the thing that will be really interesting is if I ever get a rotten potato. It's another amusing trick. People are asking for snowball tricks. Well, there is such a thing. Lovely new chest plate again. We probably can make another one here. There we go, another lovely new chest plate. I'll start wearing it myself because of how cool it is. Oh, there's somebody wearing chain chest plate, but at this point it is now helmet I am looking for. That said, and he dropped it. Sweet. Once you got one, you've got them all. Goes with the snowball mechanism. Ow. And so let's drop these off. And then the next thing is, of course, helmets. And some of these should go into my under chest because who knows what might happen. Some of them will indeed go into my under chest. Probably going to end up being a pretty good solid one. Yeah, it's almost fresh. So here's the thing. Let's take that shulker box out. These and you can have one each of those things in. You'll notice I also have TNT. I don't really need bottles enchanting. You do. You do. Yeah, I'm letting you have that. I've got some myself, and I've got one in my under chest, so I'm good. Only thing I'm lacking now is helmet. And what we're going to do with that is something cool. Although maybe not here. Maybe something a little different. I'm thinking about what would be good. And I am not sure if that quite qualifies. I can make a halo. I don't remember whether this goes down to, like, does it continue going through all air blocks, or does it simply stop? And if I don't know that, I'm not really willing to do this one. That said, there's a bunch more XP. Let's maybe do a cracked stone brick. Got a couple of shulker boxes. We fly over here. We've got a mesa. We've got that there. If we get roughly into the center of the mesa, this. Oh, it does go down. I'm glad I didn't do that on the top of the mountain. One snowball. It does indeed go straight down to the ground, doesn't it? I am hoping... Oh, look, somebody was experimenting with TNT over here. I am hoping people don't get messy with this. It will render our game unplayable. But this is the thing I was describing. This is the purpose for having some of those chain things. And since you have chain chestplate, you can now make one of these too. It goes up quite high, and it goes down until it reaches ground, air, or whatever. And it is so big you can't see the other side. Actually, I'm going to test one of those assumptions. Let's climb up here. See, normally it would be about that tall. Let's see whether it in fact... I think it goes down, but it doesn't actually go down to bedrock. It will stop at a certain point. I think. We'll find out. This is now the next thing to discover. Oh, not yet. And of course it can be cleared away like any snowball. Because the pickaxes and things work on these blocks just as much as they work on anything else. Also, if you do a bunch of these, you will make the server unplayable. That was setting lots of blocks. But let's see whether we can get under it. Also, wreck other people's bases and everything. Okay, how far do we have to go down? With the block that's on top of that, and that could be the worst mistake I ever make, admitting that to you. We shall see. I have moved time snowballs, so let's do that. Not needed. Now, how deep do I have to go to get through this dumb thing? I think it didn't actually make mossy stone. I think it just made stone brick. Okay, fine. How far must we go? Does it really go to bedrock? That would be crazy. I don't want that. Disconcerting. I'm not sure how deep this crazy thing goes. Sure got some gold though. Thank you, I'll take that. Nope, that doesn't go all the way to bedrock, but it goes way the heck down. It goes this far down. I have no idea why it did that. I'll just fill in this hole and pretend that never happened. Oh, I can't fill in the hole because you're there. Out of here. And now I can fill in the hole again if I'm careful. Boop. Now I can't fill in the hole because you're there. And now I can't fill in the hole a little bit more. Now I can't, and now I can. There we go. That's how we go. I remember a Minecraft Let's Play at some point where guys were playing a competitive style game, and several of them got stuck in the same hole and then they couldn't get out. It was pretty funny, actually. They were being pretty silly. They got trapped in a hole with each other, and since there was several of them, they couldn't jump out because you had to be able to jump in the right way. And this is the stuff that we can recolor. A palette of terracotta. I'm not sure if I can paint with glazed terracotta, but I wouldn't be shocked. Oh, and hey, it's going fairly well. I can even keep the colors going correct. Then this would be light gray, I believe. Yep. And then we got just regular color rather than orange. Yeah, that looks about right. There we go, filled the hole right back up again. little of that. If I had a sign, I'd put something on a sign. So this can be somebody's base of doom. This is the thing I was talking about with regard to the notorious chain chest plate. This is why to have chain chest plate. Diamond makes a smaller one, like half the size, and then gold is smaller still, and iron smaller still, so you can have reasonable sized ones. It's just that with the difficult to obtain chain stuff, this is where you get into the really unreasonably sized stuff. And of course there's a way out of that too. Boop. And now we have a lovely large entranceway. Oh man, it goes right up to the edge of that. Which is also how you take it down from the unreasonable height. But you have to bear in mind that this is your edge. If I had a smaller pick, I'd be able to trim it more accurately. This is pretty much the lowest accuracy way of doing it. Man, look at how big this is. If I want to trim that block, it's like 3 blocks thick. Just unreasonable. And I can do the same thing from the top here and thereby trim this edge down, watching to see that I don't clip anything. And I can even do it fairly accurately because I'm not moving laterally in the process. And that's one way to trim it down to, well, that's fine. But I won't want to go really any lower than that. That's just flattened this whole area. So what I'll do now that I'm no longer using the power tools for it is trim this stuff down just by mining it. I don't really need much of this. Oh, I got rid of that flag-looking thing that I made. Oh, that's fine. See, I can duplicate these blocks just fine, so I don't really need to be mining them, but this is a easy way of getting through this. I see the sun is beginning to set, so not for long. Good morning. Clock. That said, I'm going to need more of these. Naturally, I can make as many more of these as I want just by a giant snowball sphere thingy, but we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to seal that off and maybe make an arch. That might work. There we go. There are some blocks. That time it didn't drop any blocks. Well, the server doesn't seem to have crashed, but I gotta wonder whether my friend QQ is off somewhere making really, really big things. The server would become unresponsive if that was happening, I must say, so can't be too much of it going on. Like, you really don't want to spam a bunch of snowballs. Everything will just crash. It'll just stop. Do we have enough stacks? I think so. And this I must mine by hand. I'm doing a thing, but I'll come. 3389. Hope you didn't nuke my base in the process of whatever it is that you did. That's actually not that far away. This won't take that long. I have a nice magical tool. I'm just going to want to inset this into the ground a little bit. And then having done that, I'll have all the stone bricks I want. Although I'm a little disappointed that it did not honor the NBT clause or whatever it is that tells it to be stone or cracked bricks or whatever. Like, I'm pretty sure I can duplicate those, but I don't seem to be able to place them in this way. It just placed stone brick, and that's all it placed. But it's a very impressive wall. It's a good wall, Bront. And now I've got lots of stone brick, and now I can fill this in. And once I've finished filling this in, then I will come and see. I bet it's something big. I'm betting it's chain chestplate stuff. What in specific? Because this one I tried to make tasteful. If you're going to have an infinitely tall wall, it should be an impressive thing. Oh, is a hole in the ground? Are we playing with the pickaxes? Because that's how you get a big hole in the ground. By playing with pickaxes. This is coming along pretty good. Getting there. There. So placing some kind of arch would be good, but for the moment, a little more here and then we're done. And one more in that spot. And then I go and see minus 33 plus 89 plus 389. I'm getting back out of there. It's a hole in the ground. Splash. With a bunch of caves in. Very neat. Normally you want to... I'll talk to you in a moment, Aaron. Normally, you want to do this farther away from spawn because you can't tell whether somebody's building a base underground, but this would be a good place to start building a base of your own. And yep, that is a thing that you can do. It intersects some of our stuff. We've got a Enderman kicking around over here. And yep, you're making that very big. So, oh look. You might want to build places where things like this are part of your decorations. Like build a castle in here or something like that. This is clearly more Snowball. You got a waterfall. You got all kinds of stuff. So I'm going to get out of here. What would be great is if you had a dome over that, and that is possible if you're clever about it. Oh, and that's actually very near my terrifyingly big arch. Oh, I've even got a grass block. Aaron, yeah. I'm sorry to hear about the bunny. That is indeed sad. As far as tips are concerned for not being sad, well, I don't know that much about not being sad, but the ability to spend time with some of these things has its own merits. The fact that that is possible, that you can have a world with the things that you love and care about in it, is a merit of its own. And part of that is the reality that these things can be finite. Like, there's no such thing as having, the happy life or the best friend, the pretty lover, any of those things. And I've experienced all of that stuff and had all of those things go away. At a certain point, you wind up finding a form of joy in what you were able to have at a time. And there is worth to that. There is worth in appreciating what can be, appreciating what can be there. Things tend to be finite. There is a Snowball mod trick for building a dome. Try a iron or gold helmet. It'll make a sphere, not just a dome. And it has to be at the exact spot where the center of the dome would be. That's the answer to that question. I don't know whether that was of any help, Aaron, but that's what I've got. And in times when it has been me having to endure the end of something like that, that's pretty much what I've got. And here's another thing I've got. I've got an arch. God, excuse me. Don't mean to be all coughing and making noise, boy. I hope you feel better. when it comes to pets and things, especially if it's a situation where you're like, I had to take my pet to the veterinarian, put him to, speaking of sleep, I do have a bed, so I'll put one here and use it. There we go. And I think I'll leave that alone for the moment. Although, here's a crazy trick. Dome intersecting dome. This will hit high up on this, and hopefully not asphyxiate me with the sudden explosion of a thing. That came pretty close to getting me. That did not intersect the wall as I thought that it would, huh? Oh, no, wait, no, it did. It did. He says, falling in a thing. Let's get out of here. There we are. See, you don't have to have just chainmail. Chainmail is what makes the absurdly unreasonably large things. Diamond is still unreasonably large. We're going to do a little careful diamond pick opening of this. And aim right at this spot here. And go. And we're getting right at this spot here and go. And then we're going to aim at that. I don't think that got through. Nope, it didn't. And then we're going to shoot some of these massive quantity of mobs hiding in here. Natural grinder that we are. Now, if I had glowstone on me, I could throw some light in here. I don't, but I have the ability to fly. And maybe to land on this and start using those diamond pick snowballs to clear this space down a little bit. And they can't quite get to me from here, but it's getting close. Enough, out of here. And so here we have more of our giant stuff constructivity. This needs to be lit up. But here is somebody's crazy base waiting to happen. It can also be a sort of mob trap, I suppose. And it goes neatly halfway through the wall. Goes up to the clouds. And down to over here. Where it can be seen from the giant hole. Up. Somebody tried to make a thing that turned into air. That's a air-shaped hole. That's what that is. So something that turned into air was shot like right here. A couple of times. And it has made a transparent or an empty slot in here. Which is not that dissimilar to, oh, see, we got a little room in here. And here's our base down there. So yeah, so this is why we're not going to do too much of this around spawn. But that said, it's, you know, this is, we're going to end up getting this kind of thing. So, reference model. I'm pretty sure that the glass thing is either glass bottles or something else. That is diamond helmet. The big one, and I don't know why we've got a slice here. Why do we have a slice here? What's this about? This is acting like somebody is making spheres of hollow, much like over there. So I would recommend caution. If you're trying to do things, you're doing things of which you do not understand. See, you've sliced a big hole right through this. That's definitely a stray snowball. You're still doing it. What are you doing? What are you doing? Will you look at that? What is it? Is it just... because now we can't walk around here unless the sand falls in. Yep. So this now starts to count as griefing. I would say that was unfortunate because I spent a little time trying to make that look nice, and it doesn't look nice anymore. Worst comes to worst, if everything gets completely ruined, we can just go elsewhere. I didn't really mean for this server to turn into H2HT, but one thing about it is that you start making forms that you don't even get to see in that. Oh, hi guys. I'm going to take my frustrations out on you, mobs. Thank you. Yes, please stop doing that. You're griefing the place. You either don't have anything over the thing to create a solid space, or you have something that is not, like I've seen people crash the server by doing that with stuff like beds or whatever that can't be placed as blocks. I may have debugged that part, but on the other hand, I may not have. This is why I wasn't giving some of these tools just randomly around. Is you'll get to the point where you spend 8 hours or so building a little base or something, and then it gets obliterated by giant snowball mechanics. And that's challenging. That is a challenging thing when that goes on. Oh, hello. Oh, well, there's a problem. That made air. And shapes of air are not as helpful when they're just spheres. It's all right, we'll manage. Imagine what would have happened if you shot off a bunch of exploding snowballs. By the way, it is night, so we can sleep. I would say that ideally, if it is only just stuff that I made, also with giant snowball mechanics, it's the best possible outcome for this kind of mess being made. So it's not even any of my bases or anything, it's just the giant cylinder that I made. That said, consider it a lesson learned. Meanwhile, oh look, we got more stuff. A flower pot yet. There's been a bunch of things going on. We're not going to have the diamond pick be there. Actually, I could drop a bunch of stuff at this point. Actually, I need to drop a bunch of stuff immediately. I like stone bricks. I don't want to ditch the stone bricks. Do I have a chest? No, I don't have a chest. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fly over to where I've got something resembling a chest. See, in this snow is the same kind of thing, and that's not even chain. That is going to be a sphere out of a snow block. And I forgot that it went into the ground and everything. But on the other hand, that means that we have infinite supply of snow here, so it's just one of those things. And we're going to put some of these things back into places that they can go. That's now full. That's not. Oh, let's enchant the armor. Let's make some magical horse armor. What would be good? Not any of those, clearly. Do we have protection on any of these? We do. That's a protection 3. Well, that's an unbreaking 3. Let's see if we can't enchant some horse armor. We can't enchant some horse armor. Dang it. That would have been so cool. Glowing, magical, shiny horse armor. Can we even put it in the slot? Well, we can, but it doesn't necessarily do anything. Let's find out. Look at my horse. My horse is enchanted. No, it's not. Okay, I like how that's much farther away. That is gaining my immediate appreciation. That's a lot farther away. And I think this must have been either gold or iron. We don't need this many clocks. So, minus 380, positive 1555. I think that's southwest again. Good, good, good. Being able to do southwest is good. We'll fly in. Minus 1380, positive 155. Down we go. I see somebody else flying. Well, here's a cool area. This is not the one being asked for, though. I'm still going the right direction. Ooh. There's a thing. Got a big old sphere there. Fishbowl base. Oh man, clouds go through it. That's awesome. The base is so giant that clouds flow through. And there's a hole that going down into where you can get at it. Let me boot down to the top of this place. Yes, this is what Snowball is out about. Now, randomly doing lots of that around spawn. Oh, and I think it does go through. Very cool, that's the kind of thing. And then spending some time to, apologies, cow. Ooh, here's our entranceway. Oh, it went down to this far and then either stopped or got stopped. Very neat. Very neat. So yeah, that's the idea. Snowball is like, if you want to randomly do a thing, you can start with something like this and then build out on it, with, of course, the risk that if somebody comes like derping around, they can mistakenly kind of wreck your stuff, but it doesn't have to happen that way. And now let me find my way back out. There it is. We got our little outcropping here. This is also a cool area to build a crazy base in. Look at all this stuff. I go to this adjacent. Whoop. Wow. Well, that was interesting. See, this is just natural spawn. It's just very Minecraft-y is all. So we got our sort of Dr. Seuss looking generation here. Quartz. I could get you some quartz. Or you can go to the Nether and get yourself some quartz. Quartz you shall have. Just a minute. Admiring the base. So you build the big geometric things with snowball mechanisms, and then you build it out with other stuff, like for instance the quartz you mentioned. So let me go back. Yep, I know you are. I saw you. I am well outside the dome, admiring it, and I have my clock. So let me make sure that you don't wind up in the dark. Just a moment. Time slip. Dawn coming. Now let's see. I'm going to come and bring you some quartz. Should be able to do that pretty well. If I don't get lost. Okay, now I'm way high in the air, but should be somewhere close to base or thereabouts. Here's another clearly snowball influenced thing. All right. No sooner done than said. No, not snow, quartz. I should have some in here. There's a little more, so 3 stacks ought to do. Now, quartz is one of the blocks where it will replace things like stone or terracotta. And so the deal with quartz is you can duplicate it. Quartz you can duplicate using the mobs, or you can put it into shulker boxes and duplicate it that way. And down we fall into the roughly right area, presumably. I get ready to eat myself back out of there if this is the wrong place. 500, 400, coming down from the stratosphere. Perfect. I will be in there momentarily as soon as I find the entrance with your quartz. That was not the entrance, but I'll find it. There we go. Might not be the entrance, but I can get there. Oh, missed. Quartz, you say? Here's some. And there's some more. And there's some more. There you go. Standing right there. Maybe your inventory is full. There you go. There is quartz. I bet I can elytra out of here. Nice. So it was southwest, so northeast will get me back to base. Yeah, so there we go. That's how we roll. God, excuse me. Sorry about that. Just heading northeast. I bunked into Mount Sully, what we used to call Mount Sully. In the snow. I hear a distant car alarm. It's going meep, 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 meep. Here's our stuff for the moment. Can throw some of this random scrap in. Random bad as well while we're at it. Sticks. Terracotta. I'm going to hang on to some of these stone bricks. Definitely don't need the iron shovel. Nether brick slabs. Bunch of things, really. I'm going to keep an eye out for a reason to use the looting sword. That's not it. And let's see whether we can finish the stream off with the acquisition of the mysterious and terrifying chainmail helmet. Are you going to give me the chainmail helmet, sir? He's wearing one. He's wearing one. No, not that time. Well, keep it up and we'll eventually get there. If you'll remember, an older version of this game had multiplier snowballs, meaning that if you put stacks of snowballs on top of stacks of snowballs, they would fire, and then rather than just bouncing, because currently what it does is it just bounces it and sends it out farther. if you're doing multiplier snowballs, we don't need these things. Oh well. It would multiply as many times as you had snowballs. So you could fire a shot, and it would turn into 16 going in different directions, and each of those would turn into 16 going in different directions, and each of those could turn into like a TNT ball or diamond pick. There's any number of horrible things that could have been done. This is why I took out that functionality, because it was just too destructive. Not only for the screwing up the server for people who are trying to play on it, but also it would change so many blocks that the server would just crash. I'm going to ditch some of these things. Hang on to Steak. All right, that seems good enough. Now let's see whether we can't have, getting down to the last hour or so. Oh, speaking of which, it's getting close to 4, so what I need to do is a little dinner preparation. I'm going to get my oven going and get ready to thaw out some Monterey Jack for tacos, because I'm making tacos. There we go. That should be ready to go. When I get back to there, it should be ready to go. None of those were wearing chainmail. Not one. Somebody was carrying seeds. And then tomorrow morning I will get up and begin working on Hole 2 again. Hole 2 should be interesting because it's a development on what was being done with Hull, but cascading it more. What I'm able to do with this Hole 2 idea is basically I wonder whether I can combine some of these things together. Like here's a bunch of worn out shovels. Should be able to make it into one good shovel. Remembering, of course, that this is Snowball. So, you know, anything that has an effect Well, you can also get an effect off of weaker versions of that thing, like the diamond pick makes a big hole, but a gold pick makes a smaller hole proportionally. And then an iron pick makes an even smaller hole. Well, the shovel also has an effect. I don't remember exactly what the effect is. I think maybe the shovel strips away dirt and plants and things, but leaves rock. So with using the shovel a lot, sir. Well, that wasn't useful at all. Rude. It's going to be nighttime. Very good. That was rude, but that was also me not noticing that it was sleeping times. Up. Hi there again. Still no headpiece. What the? Okay, so don't do that again. You've just ruined my entire thing. It's gone now. Including what used to be the spawner. So I'm not going to build another one with you around, but so much for that. We'll make something out of this space. The fascinating thing is that where the spawner used to be still flashes. And the chest remains. And that's all that remains of what we were doing there. So type oops. I will be able to make another one of those. I know where I can find another spawner. I won't be able to make another spawner out of that, and I might want to spend a little time like either filling this in or making it so that there's an archway leading down to there. That might be cool. And I'm not sure if I like this water there. I got a bunch of stone bricks on me. So maybe making a stone brick stair down might be good. Also, if you jump into water, it is safe. Yeah, I wonder how long that's going to last. That would be amazing if that just permanently stays. You have contributed to the prospect of making a weird little sort of base. That said, I'm mystified. No, I know what it did. That was a snowball pickaxe, no question about it. Yep. This is why we move stuff around, and that was not Snowball with the helmet above it. That would have made a shell. No, this is something else. So now let me see. I've got some torches. It didn't take anything out of my inventory for what that's worth. Oh, and look, the bed's still there. So we'll just quietly place a couple of torches over here so that it's comfortable to work in. And then here's a bed, so let's place some beds down as well. Oh, that looks weird. What's going on there? That's a glitch. Oh, we've got glitch zone. Oh, man. Invisible bed zone. Dude. Whatever you did has strange and lasting effects. Can we place blocks? Yes, we can. If we place blocks, can we then place beds? Yes, we can. If we've placed them, can we now place a bed? Only kinda. If we place a block where the invisible part is, nope. If you place a block next to the invisible part, nope. Weird, weird, weird. This is very weird. What if we place a bed and then break a block nearby? Nope. Okay, the haunted cavern. This is apparently now the haunted cavern. We can place a bunch of beds and they won't work normally. See, now it's a glitched out crazy bed. Are there more beds? Not right here, they're not. And then we got the magical glowy crap. Yeah. And we've still got a couple of the anvils. So this now has to be a glitched out place because we have no choice. It is glitched out place whether we like it or not. Meanwhile, I don't have an axe on me. That's what I should use for these. What I really wanted to do was, there really is nothing that you can do to help this. It's permanently screwy, so it's just a question of like, well, what do we do with this that's amusing? Ideally, like build it into something, which I'm happy to try to do. And the first thing that I'm going to do is make that water go away by placing a dirt block so that it's contained. Up. So yeah, we've got this that can go over to here. We got a random peg. This is here, but it's less. Oh, I know, I'll use that bed. We'll add that bed to the mix. What other crazy thing can we do with this bed? Let's put it. Oh no, that's just plain invisible. How about. No, that's invisible too. That's purely visible. We're placing beds in glitch places only. That's good. That's a glitch place. It's purely the glitch bed zone. And we'll make use of that, see if it ever changes. It might be that this will be a spot where you can use the beds, but they permanently look like glitches, and this continues to be particle effects that apply to nothing. Or it might fix itself at some point. I kind of hope that that particle effect stays. That is what used to be the monster spawner. And we no longer have a working monster spawner here, but that's a cool effect. And nobody has this. This is something that doesn't exist anywhere else. So let's see now. I'm thinking I'll maybe grab some dirt and put a roof in there. We could put all the horses in. Kind of a terrible idea, but not impossible. We could put a bunch of chickens in there. This is also why I took the chain things out of there and put them somewhere else, knowing that this is the kind of thing that could happen. Now let's see now. Stack of dirt. I won't be needing that diamond sword for a while, I don't think. Oh. Getting dark. Yep, time to test the crazy test to see if these things work. Boop. They do. Weird they may look, but they are functioning beds. That's kind of cool. It's nice that we didn't just lose that. Also, I might be able to rebuild this in such a way where it looks like so put that there. To construct is much less easy than to destroy, so the putting this stuff back together is never going to be quite as quick and direct as wiping everything out in a random derp. That is the nature of Snowball. That is how it was built, for good or for ill. And it becomes just part of the process. It becomes just part of what this weird world is about. But I can fill in a nice little lawn this way. Maybe. We shall see. I don't want it to be too thin. I'd like to fill it in a little bit. So maybe I'll work on that from underneath. Because it sure is a lot easier to fill it in a really shallow way. Let's see, what else can we do? There we go, that's nice. So there is something. I got something out of it. So it's a matter of first covering it up and then making something cool out of what is buried underneath here. And I want minimal voids in here. I'm starting with a couple of full stacks of dirt and going from there. Perhaps. I may or may not be able to do that much. Okay, that's not too bad. I definitely want this to be thicker than just one layer of dirt, but that's a start. And over to the flying snowball so that I can drop safely. And we do have more ways of dealing with this, namely constructive snowballing. Although that's kind of making ladders down, but ladders might just be the thing. I like to climb up there and do some work. So, ladders for the win. Up we go. And this also neatly avoids my problem of not having enough dirt blocks. It just makes as many of them as I could possibly need. And I'll fill it in from there. Oh, knocked me off, did it? That's more like it. Now we're getting a scaffolding. Can I reach any of this? Not quite, but traditional Minecraft comes into play. And then we're going to want to fill it into this depth. And everything that I create, I can shovel up, and that just gives me more dirt. I'm thinking filling in this area just with dirt and going from there, and then seeing what else needs to happen. What did we bring? We just brought some stuff. I'm not quite sure why that elytra is there, but you may certainly use it. Oh, here we go. This is looking a little better. This means I can reach down to here, maybe. Or possibly not. Oh, that's unfortunate. But if I trim that, then I can. There we go. Here's a technique. I can reach down 3 so we can do it, most of this, pretty directly, as long as I can start with that. And we can even kind of come in from here. Here we have an example of that one thick, which is more difficult and is going to get in the way, but we'll see. Points per effort, anywho. And that's all I can do from over here. So as long as I do this quickly enough, I can fill it in for the 3 thick briefly. And we're back to the 2 thick, or the 1 thick. Oh, and it's going to become green, which is good. That's what we want. We can work on thickening this up this way too. And close to a full stack of dirt can become a full stack of dirt with 1. There we are. And then a little quick monster duping. Here's our rotten flesh, and did you drop your stack? You did. Good. We clearly know how to avoid falling in things. Uh-oh. Your attention, please, sir. Attack me and not my compatriot. He apparently can't climb on top of chests. And one more. And then it's time to sleep in the freaky beds. It is 4:16, so I'm going to do another 45 minutes or so, and we'll see how far we can get. I'm contemplating putting in glass highlights here, or just illuminating it in some other way. I'm not really quite sure what to do, other than we're going to do something with this, because it's a weird, goofy derp, and has some qualities that are most unusual. In fact, I didn't know you could do that with pickaxes, like take away the spawner and leave the flames. There's a lot of unexpected stuff going on there. And since we don't seem to be doing the bed thing, we're going to do the move time thing. Good morning. That was what was already there. That's some of the stuff I was trying to do. Maybe I'll simply work on it from a different angle. I wanted that 3 thick so I can do that part myself. Where possible, anyhow. There's some places where it'll be possible, and probably other places where it will be less possible. I've just never been a fan of the thin shell over a colossal derp kind of thing. Like, I'd rather have it be a really fairly thick shell. And if I go about it properly, I should be able to cover a fair bit of ground. I'm not aware of any particularly good snowball method for doing this, other than snowballs for getting the materials I need. That counts. But I'm not really aware of a way where I can auto generate something like this. Here we are. Oh, can we fit that last one in? Yes. Yeah. Holding down that option key or whatever it is I do. I think it's the right shift, yeah? Sure is. Or left shift, rather. Left shift. You know, when I first started playing Minecraft, I'd never played it before. I played on a server with my younger brother. And he was building these tall bridges and things, these skyways going around. And I was like, wow, that's really cool and also really scary. So it's like balancing on these edges, figuring out how to place the blocks. I didn't know about holding down shift. So he was like, dude, oh my God. Because I was doing it the unreasonably hard way without knowing any better. Sometimes that's just the way of things. Sometimes that's just how it goes. It might be fun to try to put like a stone ceiling on there, or stone brick ceiling. Not once I've got it like flat and complete. There we go. That's up. What am I doing? I'm yeeting blocks around. I'm going to need to make more stacks before terribly long. This is why I picked 3 thick, though, is because that can go fairly quickly. Balancing precariously on the... There we go. We'll have this sorted out before terribly long. Won't take that long. It's going to be hard to fill in under this stuff, though. That, or you just do it over again like this, see? Then you put it back, but you put it back as a 3 thick. We can go underneath with scaffolding and fill in the dirt. The grass will pick up, and we'll end up with a cool, weird underground thing that used to be a mob grinder, but like I said, I can find more zombies. I know where I can find more zombies, and so I can redo that again, and we will eventually get the chainmail helmet. But we got to the chainmail chest piece today. And because we got to the chainmail chest piece, we have infinite quantities of chainmail chest piece for all those who who want them, or probably shouldn't have them, or have them whether they should or not. It doesn't matter. It becomes a thing. And we've got it. And we will have the chainmail helmet one day. That or just hang around outside until enough random mobs spawn overhead, and then hope those guys drop useful things. Got your back. There we go. Some of this is going to be filled in later from underneath. And now it's time for me to switch over to this so that I can... Yeah, I'm liking how this is looking. I'm just going to need to work around the edges. We're going to have to build some kind of scaffolding to be able to do that. And it's time for me to grind up. Well, maybe not right now. Hey, Walter White. I would not necessarily be using plugins to cut those areas. It's hard to say, really. Like, I'm not really quite sure what you're going to try to do. This is going to produce mobs. Like arrangement. It is possible that arrangement might be what you want. I'm going to have to go elsewhere, clearly, if I want to produce my stacks. I can't just be there. It would be dangerous. One stack. Two stack. See, when I'm making these, I want them to run at me, because I'm ready to attack them. They're fairly tough zombies. I do not want them running at QQ. And one more for good measure, and I'll call it done. And then we'll put the clock back on there so that I don't have random zombies available to be spawned. And back over here. Let's see if we can keep that 3 thick going. Can go under there. Very good. That got there. Let's try to fill in under here. Balancing desperately, trying to make this work. That got in the way of my lowest level, and so did that. There we go. Up, getting dark. Time to sleep in the weird freaky beds. There we go. This is coming along nicely, although I need to fill that one in. Oop, never change away from that while you're doing that zipping around stuff. Let's try to fill this in now. Well, I like that they're glitching from what I can see. Might as well be something interesting about this. If you're going to have unpredictable weird stuff, you might as well have entertainingly unpredictable weird stuff. And a little Minecraft music while we're at it. Probably I'm going to want to put like a ceiling, stone brick ceiling or something on there. Well, it would be unfortunate if that turns out not to be a thing. Like if I log off and I log back on, it's gone. I guess we'll find out. For the time being, it is being shown on my stream. And so all the little Airwindows fans and such can see this strange occurrence as I see it. If it doesn't stay, then it's just one of the other things, much like the original mop grinder, that ends up being not a forever thing, just a temporary thing. I like how the grass is growing so fast. Oh no, I can't make a new zombie spawner in there. I can't make zombie spawners. You ruined this one. There are other zombie spawners in the world. This was the one that was right close to a spawn. So there's no putting this one back. There are other zombie spawners in the world that can be found. You might find one near your own base that you can use to grind stuff for if you want. Or there's other kinds of spawners as well. The zombie spawners is the ones... Zombie and skeleton spawners are the ones that will generate like armor and stuff. So those are the only ways you can get chain. No, it's one of many kinds. There's many of them. There's many of them all throughout the world, perhaps an infinite number all throughout the world. This just happens to be the one that was right here. And that was cool in its own right, but we got some use out of it. We got the chainmail out of it. Those chest plates came from having this on hand for a time. So it was not in vain. It did not end up being useless by any stretch of the imagination. We got full use out of it while it was there. That is hopefully me being reassuring. While I rapidly place dirt, I'm very much interested in putting something underneath all of that. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what it's going to take to go through and do it. And so getting over, is it going to be easier to do this from over the top? I feel like it is. I feel like it's going to be easier to do this from over the top. It was only one zombie. It happened to be the zombie spawner that was like right here. I know it was not your intent, but that's Snowball for you, man. You wouldn't believe how much more wild, incautious behavior in Snowball can be. That's exactly what I'm doing. Although it would be cooler if the glitches persist. I feel like maybe that's just part of my own client, but we'll see. We're getting there. It's getting dark down there. I'm going to want to get some lights down there. And I'm out of dirt again. But yeah, it's looking like nothing happened. I'm going to be making something. I bet you're going to find there's mobs down there now because there's not that much light. So that's one of the things that must be done. I'm going and standing in front of where I'm going to be creating scary monsters. Not necessarily always the best of choices. If you think that's bad, you should see the skeletons. Up to level 50. Yeah, like come over here and see this. This is effectively me doing the same thing. We don't really need a giant snow sphere line here. That's just me clicking something wrong. It did this. Now, I wouldn't necessarily have chosen to have a big sphere thing there, but it is, and so I'm just kind of rolling with it. Similarly with this other stuff here. Like, if you come in this way, there's sort of an overhang, so maybe getting down into it this way might be a way of doing it. Yeah, it's okay. I wouldn't have chosen to have it. It's just a thing. I think everybody probably heard that car alarm. So we can go in here and have the stairway be back here underneath an overhang. And then, boop. Down into there. I still don't have light. Well, there's one thing I can do about that. In a large enough area, torch snowballs will work. They have limited spacing, but in a spacing as large as this, that absolutely is a thing that can work. And as I go down here, we can go around the edge to try to place more the limits of where they can go. They're in this spacing, and the spacing is a sort of efficient way of placing torches without having too many. It doesn't generate more. It used to generate torches even when they would spit out of the ground. But one thing I can do is break and replace. And that'll give me a nice little stack of torches. See, there's 18 right there. Strobe light. Welcome to the rave. And there we are, free torches in large quantities. And I can start sticking these guys up on the walls. And then this base will be more lit. it'll also fix lighting glitches like the ones that we just saw. And I've still got like 35 left. And even though it's dark up there, there's not floor blocks, and so they can't actually fall. Things can't fall in there. So then we can use dirt block directly over the snowballs for scaffolding. And if I do it properly, oh, I fall down, go boom. See, that's the thing, is even if I fall down, I can use the dirt that I just created. Dirt block over snowball means you can, in theory, go up. You jump and fire. Jump and fire. Do it just right and it doesn't knock you off to the side. Do it wrong and it knocks you off to the side, as it just did. Alrighty. Sand's good too. Try that again. Okay, knock me off to the side. And again. I'm getting a lot of dirt out of it anyway. There's other ways of doing this, and maybe that would be better. Yeah, like just pillaring up. Let's just pillar up. Pillaring up doesn't knock you off to the side. Then trying to avoid having too many voids in here. If you have voids that are big enough, mobs can spawn in there and just make annoying noises without really being able to do anything much. And as far as the pillaring is concerned, we can do the same technology and use this for scaffolding. Just kind of go to the side. Oh. Okay, well that's fine. This was going to be where the stairway was. But you can also place some blocks around here. It is quite dark now, though. Yep, on my screen I'm still getting the flashies. That said, we're gonna down we come, and right there, right on it. There we go. This might be a good place to scaffold up. little dark. That's because that touched the torch when I placed it. There we go. Let's avoid hitting the torch. There's one. Up, I see a hole. No longer. Stairways. Weren't we going to get in here like from behind here? Got plenty of stone brick. So if I started from over here, oh. And we do this little routine. Should be able to make a nice little stairwell. And then we'll have an entrance slash exit to whatever this is. A little more. A little more. Got there. And then let's there. Now we can get in and out. And we can fill this in the way that I wanted. That can't be there, but that's fine. I could use some signs for putting that in. We're down to the last 10 minutes or so of today. To resume on Tuesday, we'll see what's here when I get back. Because it being Snowball, anything could happen. And we get, there's our, throw a torch on there. Lights the stair up just a bit. these. So anvils, we do not need the anvils. We can make a stone floor. And there we go. We'll put that torch back. Yep, I don't know about your client, but this one is still showing the spooky things. I hope that persists. I think it would be a shame if it did not. We'll see. I cannot control whether that is the thing that persists, but I think it would be very cool if that's just a continuing thing. Even if it's not for everybody's client, if anybody's client does that, it's a cool effect that I've never seen before. So yeah, and a little more in the way of filling in the ceiling over here. Look, that clearly needs a bit of help. Let's add up. And now it's really dark, so let's make it light. There we go, fill in the voids. Crafty Man. Hey, we're derping around in an underground disaster area. If you've been watching the stream, you know what happened. Let's place another torch a little lower down, maybe. Let's have that diamond shovel. And we got this area to fill in. Oh, there's kind of a lot. This area and up there. Let's see whether I can firstly grind a few more. Here's 22. Sitting over here, behind you. Behind you. There you go. You can dupe more if it comes to it. Oh, hello. With a bit of effort, that one worked. I feel like it'll be nice to get this dark area up top filled, but there's not any voids that... Oh, I should ask Crafty Man if you see this. Is this visible? Oh gosh. Okay, somebody did flint and steel. Yep. Let me go and attend to that. Little fire extinguishing. I'm putting them out. And we're losing a tree, thanks to our pyromania. That was a special magical precious tree that only existed in dark oak forests. It's okay, I have more saplings. Question being, though, are we going to get another sapling? Oh, yep, I got a sapling. Therefore, it can be rebuilt. There's 3 saplings. Do we have 4? No, we do not. But soon we will. That was more trouble than I expected. It's one of those tough guys. So let's see if we can't make this tree come back. And if I can do that, I'm going to call it a day. Here we are. And 1, 2, 3, 4. And then there's another one. And there was yet another somewhere. I don't think they grew. They apparently only grow in batches of 4. So that's just how we're going to treat it. And now it's a matter of bone meal or bone meal. I'm in a hurry. I'm only going to do with bone meal, which I assume is something I've got around here. Oh God, yes. So much. There's one. Oh, and the other one popped right up, didn't it? No need for bone meal. Okay, crafty man, tree's back. And if we were trying to make light down here, well, we can make light down here a little more gently. No problem. That has very much been what the day's been like. So, but it has also given rise to cool stuff in its own right. So, oh, interesting. That got me This position is spitting out torches. Now I got a full stack. Neat. Is it like on the path that spits out torches? And then lastly, let's have one right over here. And we've got some dirt. I'm definitely going to go and make my tacos momentarily. Trust me on this. It's just always another little tweak. It's always another little thing to do. Ooh, Craftyman. I can do kinetic energy too, in a different sort of way. Where's my signs? Don't tell me I need to make more signs. Oh no, here's one. I will take this one because I never put it there. So we're going to repurpose it. Derp Cavern. And on that note, as the sun rises over our 2 new dark oak trees instead of just one, and Derp Cavern, which I'll find out later whether or not those lighting effects are still there. I'm going to go hang it with my amazing horses. Maybe dump some stuff back in here. and catch up with you folks later. I'll see if I can check in every now and then over the weekend in case like if it turns out that people are still playing on this server while I'm not, and people crash the server over the weekend, what I will do is check in now and then and see whether it needs like restarting or whatever, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, it's up and running unless somebody manages to crash it. And if somebody manages to crash it, I'll see whether I can't check in on it and restart it, and we'll just see what happens. Try to avoid griefing each other's things. And I will talk to you folks later. I'm going to go off and have dinner.